Floyd and he was me, he would never have to fight again because that exhibition shit, as me being his little brother, hey, little bro, we finna do 10 rounds and we both gonna get 100+ million for it.
Right.
And we ain't never got to box again. Well, I already been getting these bets, but now it's time for you to get your judge.
Yo, you know the deal. We back again. We never slacking. Word 'em up. Ladies and guys, whether if you drunk or you high, it's time to pay respects to the illest man alive. If you think you got a point, he'll shrink you down to size. And from there it's downhill like a slinky or a slide. Open your eyes, got a deep connection with the rise, so you might see them jump in whenever they go live. Peep it, this channel blowing up now, it's not a secret. With tons of exclusive interviews to listen to. Them other channels I hate, but yo, they missing clues. They start narratives, sip the goose and twist the truth. It don't take a rocket scientist to get the proof. Just click the live at 4 p.m. Eastern time. But when you chime in, make sure you keep it kind. But if cowards want to debate, then it's feasting time. My man Jusdu shine busy all the time. Grind 24/7, 365. Videos he might have 365. My rhyme sick, they make you do a 365. You get a rich if you think you fit to survive. It's Jusdueboxing, time to click the live. Ain't no beginners, if you soft, you ain't down to ride. I crush you, respect too, it's Jusdu. He got the illest boxing show on the internet. The boy been a threat and he ain't even had dinner yet. Word 'em up. Yeah. You know what time it is. $4 p.m. Eastern. Click the link.
In the building. Make sure y'all subscribe to Jusdueboxing, the best boxing talk on YouTube.
Jusdueboxing in the building, 4 o'clock shorty, man. Y'all make sure y'all check him out. He's going to be live today at 4 o'clock, man. And he's going to be spewing some good stuff as he always do with an unbiased approach, man. He's probably the most unbiased channel on YouTube.
What's going on? And one of my favorite channels, if y'all into that pugilistic perfection, if y'all into that boxing, that's that boy Jusdueboxing here on YouTube. Make sure y'all check out Jusdueboxing, the only unbiased boxing channel on YouTube, because I am definitely biased when I talk about boxing. So
as always, we got to shout out everybody in the chat, man. Shout out to my brother Jusdu. Y'all make sure y'all go sub to Just, man. Just doing a hell of a job over there. Had a great interview today. The brother, and I say it respectfully, one of the most non-biased individuals that I've ever heard speak on the sport of boxing. And I got a lot of love and respect for my brother Just, man. And right now, we're going to give him his just due. Shout out to my brother Jusdu, man. Much love and respect.
What's good? What's good? Salute to the family. How y'all feeling on this good Tuesday, man? We back to build on this boxing and give it its just due how we always do. Smash the like button for your boys. Sub to the channel. Turn your notifications on and come say what's up. How y'all feeling today, man? We're gonna build for a minute. We're gonna talk about it, man. We're gonna chop it up, man. We're gonna talk about it. The young boy got an appetite for smoke, man, and I love his energy, man. I love his energy, bro. You gotta love Abdullah Mason in the way he carries himself, man. He moving like a true young future world champion in the making, man. And he closing in, man. He closing in. He moving up the rankings in these sanctioning bodies, and he's getting closer to what he feel like is a title shot. He feel like it's inevitable and it's coming. And, two names that come up in particular more so than anybody else right now is Keyshawn and Shakur. That's why I said, man, the Bash brothers versus everybody, man. Who gonna be the first to get one of them dudes an L? Let's see it, man. Let's see it. I'm all for it. for any of these fights happening down the line. But I know you know, it's gonna be a little bit before he gets to one of them, if he gets to one of them, man. We're gonna talk about it, man. He did an interview with I think it was Sean Zactel. I think he did an interview with. We're gonna talk about it. We're gonna play it. We're gonna talk about it. We're gonna break it down. Like for me, man, like I've always said, man, I like the way the youngin is moving. That's the way he's supposed to move, right? He's saying everything he's supposed to say. He's winning the fights the way he's supposed to win them. So it just seems like he's on that title path, right? It's just a matter of time for him. But you know, he's being moved how he's being moved. He got fights, you know, he got more fights than Keyshawn, but he don't got the quality of opponents. And you know, that could be for a number of different reasons, man. For me, I think it has something to do with the pedigree or the Olympic pedigree that Keyshawn has. They move him differently, much, you know, in line with how they moved Shakur when he was over there at Top Rank, right? They don't fight guys with losing records. You know, they fight very experienced guys early in their career. Both got titles early. So Abdullah Mason is due. You know, he won his title shot. And I like it. I want to see it, man. I know a lot of people is anointing him, you know, the next best thing at 135 outside the Tank. But, you know, time will tell. I mean, he checked every box and then some. So I can understand why people high on him. But, you know, for me, just like I do with any fighter, I'm not going to overstate what I see. We still have yet to see him in there. We ain't seen him go 12 rounds, right? We want to see him face those, you know, faded champions or those veteran guys, right, to continue to get his experience, because that's what he's been doing. So I'm here for it, man. I just want to see where Abdullah Mason end up at. Like I said, man, sky's the limit, it looks like, for the kid. He just got to keep working, putting the work in, and I think he'll get there. But what's good with the family, man? We're going to talk about this, man. What we got in the likes? I know we getting close to 10 million. OP in the building. What's good, Jordan? My God, what's good with it? BJ in the building. What's good with it, homie? Are you feeling D for the win? My God, what's good with it? 704 Joe's in the building. Ron Sizzle 402. He said nobody beats Keyshawn Davis. Talk to him. Ask Val what it do. How you feeling, bro? Miss Just Do, my baby girl. The queen is in the building. Samuel, what it do, homie? How you feeling? Justin in the building. What's good, bro? Dante's boxing talking about dog. Ace, what's good with it, bro? Ace need to see Tank, not Corey Keyshawn. They won't mention that. It's like they gonna mention the two hottest names in the division. I think that's Shakur and Keyshawn. You know what I mean? I really do. For better or for worse, their names get mentioned every time it's time for somebody to step up, or if they're, you know, if they should get a title shot. Those are two names that come up. I don't hear Tank name ever being synced up with Abdullah Mason at all. I hear Shakur, I hear Keyshawn, and they just go back and forth with them two. You get what I'm saying? The Butcher, what it do, man? The guy who retires undefeated from this game. We know it's boxing. Shout out to Ags Val. You already know. Hen Dog, what it do? Edwin versus Keyshawn's a 50-50 fight. I ain't mad at it. Best out of the 815. What it do? Kingston was good. Mason ain't fought a pure boxer yet. Nope. Nowhere near that style, that level of either one of those guys. You know what I'm saying? He haven't fought a guy that is on the level of Keyshawn or Shakur, respectfully. But he's getting there. He's getting there. You know what I mean? He gonna give anybody hell. That kid can flat out go. He can flat out go. But right now, if it had to be right now, I think it'll just come down to the lack of experience. You get what I'm saying? And I think I'm within my right to say that. I don't think I'm tripping when I say, you know, that's the only thing. That's the only knock. And it's not really a knock. It's just a matter of time for the kid. But I think some people trying to force feed him to be better than guys that, you know, he just won't know until he fight him. Fight Sport Talk, what it do, homie? How you feeling? B. Hayes, what it do, man? Artem tough. Yeah, Artem a tough guy, man. He is. Blade, what it do, homie? Seen the unseen boxing in the building. What's good, fam? Do watching. Oh, as you train, shout out to you, bro. You in there putting that work in. When you get to Shakur, you gotta go through the Edwin Gulag. You know, I mean, look, Keyshawn about to go through it, right? Keyshawn about to go through it. He about to get his work in with Edwin De Los Santos. He's geeked up. He amped up. He ready to go. He said Edwin doing a lot of talking and he ready to shut him up. I love it, man. I love what we getting in boxing right now. These young lions is ready, man. Keyshawn, he gets you amped up. You know what I'm saying? He gets you in the mood to want to see some fights. You get me? But yeah, man, Mason just gonna keep working. But look, I love it. He got an appetite for smoke. He don't bite his tongue. He willing to fight anybody outside of his brothers. And you gotta respect it. I love it. You know what I'm saying? He's showing you everything you want a young fighter to show you. You know what I mean? Energy, attitude, stepping on shit when he get in there. He got some grit. You seen him get up off the canvas twice, right? It's a lot to like about Mason. You seen the resilience, man. He ain't wavering none. He ain't fold. He got right to it. Got his man up out of there. The young man is a dog, man. A young man is a dog. Ain't nothing negative that you gonna hear me say about him. The only thing he got to keep doing is what he been doing, putting that work in, and it's showing in the fights. But you know, as he continue to win, his name is gonna get synced to the champions of the division, and rightfully so, because he looking like he could very well be one of the next best things at 135. He really do. That he got all the talent in the world. You get what I'm saying? Like, he's very youthful. You know what I mean? So it's just all up to him. But we get to see him one more time June 7th. He fighting on Keyshawn Carr. He fighting Jeremiah Nakatila. Should be a cool little fight, but I think he's gonna dust him off relatively easy. Nakatila at this point is just a knockout victim, especially for these younger guys. If you punching like that, you're gonna get him out of there. You get what I'm saying? Like, I don't see this being too much of a test for him, but you just never know. But I think he's seen better days. I think when you're in a situation where you're being fed to the younger guys and you keep getting stopped, the writing is on the wall. So I think it'll be an experienced guy that he could put on his resume and see if he can get him out of there in better fashion than the Shakur or Tito Mercado or Raymond Mortai, right? That's what he aiming for, right? To put a stamp on this dude and show him the door, right? Because I could only see Nakatila, you know, being a damn opponent for good young fighters coming up or hanging it up, because you can't just continue to get knocked out left and right and expect to be good. So I think Abdullah Mason, this might be one of the last times we see a Nakatila, you know what I'm saying? Because I think Mason gonna hurt him, you know what I'm saying? But it doesn't stop people from looking a step ahead or a couple steps ahead and calling for these champions for the young, because he, like I said, he got all the tools that one would need, you know what I mean, to be a successful world-class, you know what I mean, elite champion, you know what I mean, and go on a hell of a run. He's that talented, in my opinion. But like I keep saying, it's just a matter of him getting the experience and the opportunities, right? And as time go, I think he'll continue to get better. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Big Dog Willie coming through with the 5-piece, man. Much love, bro. So Super Glazing at all-time high of certain fighters. Tanky Maniac's Goblin of Abdullah Mason. Mike Jinxum, Paul versus Tank, November 22nd, Las Vegas, man. Shout out to my homie Big Dog Willie. Yeah, man. I mean, look, I see what's going on, and I get it. You know, but it'll come in due time. Like putting his name against, you know, matching his name up with these other more experienced guys, more proven guys, is to be expected. But for me, like, I'm not giving him the edge over these guys, not quite yet. You get what I'm saying? Got all the tools in the world, but I think these dudes got experience. I think they know how to slow down the tempo of a fight, something that he's not used to, right? You know what I mean? But as far as those run-of-the-mill guys, those middle-of-the-pack guys, those even faded champions, I think he's going to do a number on all of those type of fighters. So it's just for Abdullah, like, if you really love boxing, you like everything you've seen with him. And it's nothing negative to draw, but I'm not about to rate him over guys that's more proven. That shit just ridiculous to me. So it's to each his own. Everybody got they way of looking at things. Like I said, he checked every box and then some. So I ain't mad at nobody giving him his just due. As a matter of fact, y'all know I'm all about it. But until I see him in there with those top guys, I can't rate him over those top guys. That just seems a little bit silly, a little bit ridiculous. And like I said, time will tell. Like, he's right there. He on the cusp. He on the doorstep of getting an opportunity. It's just a matter of which opportunity gonna come for him first. Like, which one of the sanctioning bodies is he gonna be allowed to compete for his first championship with, right? You know, and like I said, the WBC and the WBO keep coming up, and we know who holds those titles. That's Shakur with the WBC, Keyshawn with the WBO. People want to see those fights, but he just got to keep building. I think Top Rank got a plan for him. I think they moving him a certain way because he's young. Like it's not a lack of confidence on their behalf. It's just a matter of getting him the right fights, the right looks, and grooming him the right way. So when you do step him up, he's gonna be fully prepared and ready to go. So I love it for Mason, man. I love it. I'm gonna play this interview in a second. From him. Shout out to 2 Cents. What's good with it, bro? Yeah, that's where I'm at with it, Dante. Like, you know, and that's what they're doing, right? The fans are gonna call for it because I get it. Like, we see the talent. We like, bro, he ready for all these dudes right now. But if you somebody that's building them and you made an investment, you don't have to rush because you got time on your side, right? He's very youthful. He's young, so there's no need to rush him. And then if you're top rank, you have other guys in position right now, or other guys that you might be putting in position right now, and it's just a matter of him staying patient and waiting his time. His time is coming, bro. His time is coming for sure. So yeah, natural 140, 147. Yeah, he always looked big for 35, but as long as he there, his name is gonna be synced to the other champions that's there. But if we gonna sync his name to 2 of the champions, we're gonna sync his name to all 3 of them. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna sync his name to everybody that got a title, not just 2 of the guys. He listen, he on everybody's ass if you being honest. He had 135 and he said everybody could get it. Crush the Legend was good, homie. You know, watch that weight going to be. Yeah, I think he's gonna be at 140 soon too. Shout out to Sunchild. Teach what it do, homie. Yeah, I think he'll be there sooner than later too, though. Yeah, his chin is cooked, yo. His chin done up. I don't think he ain't going. The youngin gonna beat his ass. Yeah, he definitely can punch, Jay Grant. He definitely can punch, but I think he's seen better days, man. He gonna get hurt, but most certainly gotta be careful always. K Causey, what it do, homie? How you feeling? Appreciate everybody. Yeah, y'all smash the like button, sub to the channel, support the grind. We gonna keep building. Speaking and support, there go my bro D1, my guy. Appreciate you.
What? This not funny. How am I supposed to get home? Hold on. Hold on. Here. $2. Take the train.
Shout out to the homie D1. Appreciate you always supporting the grind. But yeah, man, it's fun watching him build and grow. And he doing it right in front of our eyes. He putting in the work. Every time you turn around, Mason is on another car beating somebody's ass. You get me? So I'm just here for the ride, man. I enjoy watching all these talents, all these dudes build their profiles. You know, Keyshawn to be making his first title defense on the same car, headlining that car. You know, that's, you know, where Keyshawn is at currently. Mason is working himself to be there, and he's right there. He got more fights. So it's just a matter of the right fights and the right opportunity presenting itself for the youngin. And I think he's going to try to take advantage of it. You know what I'm saying? I have nothing negative I could possibly say. It's nothing not to like. I love the energy, love the confidence. I don't think he arrogant at all. He just hungry, and he won it. You know what I'm saying? He know what he here for. He here for the smoke. I love the slogan, appetite for smoke, because listen, he calling them out. Look, he want to fight. And that's what you want to see with a young talent, right? He don't want to sit around. He don't want to be baby. He want to put the work in. He hear the praise, but he ain't drinking the Kool-Aid. He putting in the work. And that's what I love about him. Love seeing him get in there and go to work, man. I got to see him fight live, and he did his thing then. He came out with the Prince, with the Purple Rain stuff on, man. I said, yeah, this kid is ahead of his time, bro. How could you not like him? How could you not enjoy what Abdullah Mason is doing right now? You would have to be weird. You really don't like boxing if you don't like what he doing, because he doing it the right way. Ain't nothing wrong with being confident and talking about what could be potentially next. Because like I said, we're not going to ignore it, man. This kid is talented. He looked like the goods. And it's just a matter of time and opportunity for this dude. You know what I'm saying? I don't think he's going to fold when the opportunity comes to him. But like I said, I'm not going to rate him over none of the more proven guys yet for that reason, right? They're more proven. I've seen them do it. You know what I mean? I've seen them prove it. But he's right there. You know what I'm saying? Why he's still building? He might have to. He might have to, Jordan. Shit, he might have to sooner than later. You get me? Shout out to Justin. Yeah, I love the appetite for smoke slogan. I love it. I love it because he about it. He about it. Let me pull this up, man. We're going to get to it, man. Y'all smash the like button. We're going to keep on building. Get to the youngin' while he talk his talk. Youngin' want that smoke. He ain't backing off nothing. He like, look, I'm here for it. I'm here for it all. Got him ranked high up in the sanctioning bodies. He ready to go. Youngin is ready for it. Dank, what it do, homie? How you feeling?
And a lot of people feel is the best prospect in boxing. Him, Moses Saituma. It's a short list. Abdullah Mason, now number 2 with the WBO for the world title in the rankings.
So see, right then and there, number 2 for the rankings. So that's high up. That's the WBO. That's right there for Keyshawn title.
Comes back June 7th on ESPN. Keyshawn Davis's card, fighting Jeremiah Nakathila, a guy that's fought a couple of world champions up to this point. What's going on, Abdullah? How's everything?
My boxing mom.
Everything's great. Last time I checked the WBO was number 6, so it's at number 2 now, huh?
Yeah, with the WBO. Did you say WBA?
No, WBO.
Yeah, number 2. Last I checked.
Oh man, that's a great ranking right there. That's a step closer to a world championship. So we feeling good today. Then I'm gonna put some good work in that gym.
Yeah. I'll get the champion of that belt is obviously Keyshawn, and but I'll ask you about that a little later. We'll give Nakathila his respect, I guess, and start there, right? First, and kind of give him his respect. Is this the first time you're fighting a guy taller than you are? And I don't think his reach is as long as yours is, but tall fighter. What do you think of Nakathila?
Is this the first time? I'm not sure. I fought fighters that were my height. A few fighters that were my height, and I feel like Nakathila, he's a great fighter because he liked to put his all into his punch. So he likes to punch, so he let his right hand go a lot.
Mm-hmm.
He got a strong jab that he uses, so he liked to let his hands go.
Beat the hell out of Nakathila.
I feel like this is gonna be a good step up because I'm gonna make him look like everybody else.
Well, I know styles make fights. What do you think it was about him that he was able to go 12 with Shakur, but Murataya and another fighter that escapes me right now put him out in Tito Mercado. Those guys were able to put him out in a couple rounds. Why do you think that was?
I think Shakur is a defensive first fighter. He stepped in there. He didn't. I don't feel like he had the need to step in there and then get on the inside and try to stop him or try to get Nakathila out of there. So I feel like he was a little more comfortable on the outside doing what he had to do. He knew he could win the fight easily that way. So I feel like that's the reason why he didn't get him out of there opposed to the other
I like
guys
how you speak.
One step in there and make a statement and stop the Nakathila early.
What's
that's my take on it.
So what's your temperament as it pertains to him in this fight? Then are you thinking get him out of there, make a statement, or take my time, take what's there?
I think Abdullah beat him right now in the
my predicament is make it look easy. I feel like nobody's ever stepped on the inside with him or stepped to him. Those guys they did what they did from the outside or they. I feel I'm gonna just make this one look easy. That's my job.
It's interesting. It's
you hear him youngin' like, look, man, I don't know. They did what they did, but I'm about to do what I do, man. Look, Sean, I don't know. They did it how they did it, but I'm about to do it how I'm about to do it. That's really it. That's what youngin' on. He like, I'm trying to, they did what they did, but look, man, I'm about to step 2, man. That's what he's saying. I'm about to step to him. I just stepped to him and beat him up. That's what he on, bro. That's what youngin' on. Yeah, like the mother guys, yeah, they did what they did. But look, man, it's my show. It's the Appetite for Smoke show, G. You get me? And we kicking ass. Youngin' ain't coming to play. Yeah, I think he'll stop. I think he'll stop him, man. The Butcher. I think he made too many mistakes right now. D man, my bro, what's good with it? All things, what's good, homie? Slid in there. How you feeling, bro? But yeah, I think he beat him up. But I just love his approach. I love his temperament. Like how he answered questions, man. Very articulate, just self-aware individual, man. He know what he capable of. He know he coming in there to step on this dude. He ain't about to play. Stop in the second round or something. Yeah, think Murataya stopped him in like the second round, Teach. You get what I'm saying? So he's seen better days. Anybody that's a puncher that can box with it, Abdullah Mason can do both. He can punch with both hands on top of that. I just don't think as much that Nakathila gonna provide that's gonna give him much trouble on the night. I think this is a stepping stone. You know what I mean? That's what he's gonna make it look like. I believe him when he say he's gonna make this look easy. I believe him.
It's interesting, Abdullah, because you're talking about giving it to him on the inside, and you got freakishly long arms at this weight class.
Dude,
why is that? Why do you want to work in the pocket when maybe someone else would take that long reach and want to keep it on the outside?
I don't got to work in the pocket. You know, I'm going to step in there when that bell ring. I'm going to do what I feel. You know, I'm going to do what I feel is best, and I'm going to listen to my corner. So if the inside is easy, I'm going to step on the inside. If the outside is better, then I'm gonna be on the outside. So I'm gonna do whatever makes it easy. I'm gonna do what makes it, you know, better for me.
Big Supreme with a
that's
do
first. And you know, if it's a choice between either or, I'm gonna mix it up a little bit. So, you know, it's between, you know, me and my fight, me and him in front of me, because I'm the one that's, you know, fighting him. So you know, when I get in there and get used to him, listen to my corner, I'm gonna get in there, I'm gonna just have fun. So everybody else can have fun too.
What do you think, though, allows you to be so good on the inside early in your career when, again, you got such long arms? You might someone else might look at it and say, oh, well, the guy, you know, he's going to give up his leverage on the inside. He needs more extension and all that. Why are you able to fight good at a short distance with long arms like that?
It just depends on how you work it, you know. My father and my brothers, they have a great way of training me, you know, and we've worked on being on the inside, and we've worked on being on the outside as well. But some fighters are just not comfortable doing it, and when you work a certain way, you know what's comfortable for you. And I feel like I've worked enough to know what I feel comfortable doing on the inside or doing on the outside. So that's what makes it easy.
Is there?
It's simple, but the way he answered questions is just spot on. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what makes it easy for him in the inside with those freakishly long arms? Simply put, he put the work in. You know, his dad, his brothers, they got a certain way of training them and preparing them. They're fighting. I'm pretty sure they got him fighting at all three ranges, and you get what I'm saying, and figuring it out. So this dude, that's what I noticed about Abdullah, man. He don't look uncomfortable nowhere in the ring. The ring is his comfort. That's his playground. You get what I'm saying? That's the interesting thing. Could Nakatila be a guy that could provide some uncomfortable moments for the youngin? Because if you can't do that, what you got? Punching power, we get it, but are you going to be able to get that joint home? Because he, after getting knocked down twice in the same round by the dude that he stopped a couple fights back, I know he learned from that. So I don't think he's going to be giving up no free shots early. So Nakatila better be prepared to work hard, because youngin is going to put something on him, and I think it ain't gonna take long. I don't see this fight. I don't even think this fight go to 6 rounds, bro. I think he's gonna really beat his ass. I do.
A similarity at all with Terrence Crawford, because him too. He has these really long arms for his height, and he's able to deliver punches with a different kind of trajectory and delivery system than we normally see. What do you think of all that?
I would say there could be a similarity there. There could be a similarity there, you know. He's a fighter that likes to fight, you know, and I'm a fighter that likes to fight also. You know, I got an appetite for smoke, you know, and so we gonna try to get it done either way, you know, inside, outside, you know, any side. So we gonna try to get it done. So I feel like that's a similarity there, and you know, we like to fight.
Yeah, and there's even a similarity with Keyshawn in that, because Keyshawn's coming up under Terrence, and he's got long arms, but he wants the smoke too. He's got the appetite for smoke too. You are rated number 2 for his belt. Do you have the appetite for smoke for Keyshawn Davis?
Well, absolutely. You know, we're going to see if everybody else got an appetite for smoke. You know, that would be a great fight. You know, if I was given an opportunity, that'd be amazing. You know, I couldn't wait to do it, you know, if we were to fight each other. You know, me being ranked, me being number 2, like I said earlier, I'm gonna go put in some work in the gym now. I'm gonna have some fun in there and knowing that. So, you know, that's gonna give me some more motivation for sure. Yeah, for sure.
So look, I ain't even know that he was number 2 in the WBO. So I know I've been seeing it. People send me stuff. The Keyshawn stuff, that's a stretch. That shit ain't happening right now, and it's not going to be because either guy is ducking or scared. That's just not the route that he's going to go right now anyway. I'm gonna get into that a little bit later. Shout out to my guy LetsBuild, but let me let him get through the rest of this. But we're gonna talk about it, man. We're gonna talk about it. So listen, Abdullah Mason is putting in the work. He ranked number 2 in the WBO, which is Keyshawn's title. So that gets people excited because it seems like he's within the earshot. You get what I'm saying? If people feel like, yo, if De Los Santos get an opportunity, why can't Abdullah Mason? I get all of that. Would it be a great fight right now? Yep, absolutely it would. But I just think it's going to be a little bit longer before he get that title shot. And I don't know if that's going to be the first title that he go after or pursue. I don't know. It just all depends on what opportunity presents itself first for him. But he is putting in the work. He taking care of his part. So, like I said, it's just a matter of time and opportunity for the youngin.
Well, just to be realistic about everything, right? Like you being 20 years old and chomping at the bit, that's you doing your part. That's you doing what you're saying what you should be saying, right? You should be a dog on a leash that is just, waiting to rip off of that thing and go after it. But at the same time, you have a team, you have a promoter, and I could see that Top Rank would say, well, let Keyshawn move up, and then Abdullah will fight for the WBO belt that he frees up. We're set, and also he's 26 and you're 20. As talented as you are, he's further ahead of his development, and that's is it really realistic that you could be fighting Keyshawn Davis anytime soon?
Forget what age did Mike Tyson become world champion?
20.
20, right? So
I hear you. Yeah, I like it. Wilfred Benitez did it at 17. So,
right. So either way I get it, I'm ready. If they put me against him, I'm ready to fight him. If they vacate it, I'm ready to contend for that vacated title. So, it's definitely not too young at all. I'm right here. In the ranks fighting 10 rounders. I'm training. I'm training hard. Just like everybody else, and I've got talent. I would say more than a lot of people have, but Mike Tyson was 20. Not.
Yeah. Forgive me if we're cutting in the spots, but Tyson was 20 and Wilfred Benitez was 17, and that brings me to another thing. I remember when I've asked you who are the fighters you studied to learn from, and you really took it back to the black and white days about like Sugar Ray, and most young guys I'll talk to, the first name is Floyd, and then everybody else. Why are you correct me? Who'd you say was Sugar Ray Robinson? Why do you study those old
Ray Robinson? Yeah. That's what my father had us on. When we first got into it. We were watching just the greats in the sport. They the ones who laid the foundation for what we were to do next. What we were to do in our time. So they got that. They trained it different back then. They worked different. They fought different. So it's great to be able to watch what they did. When they were doing it. So that's why we watch it. We're just able to take from it.
Now, I know the game is to be sold and not told, but what's some of the game you took from those old legends that you can share, if you will share with the fans, that you implement in how you fight?
I would say some of the game I took is that all of them, they had their own thing that worked for them. They were themselves, but they had their own thing, whether it was training, whether it was fighting, they had something that worked for them, and that's what they stuck to, and that's what got them up there,
Right.
That's the reason why they are, the greats in the sport, because they did what they did.
Yeah, and we've touched on this before when it talked about breaking, crossing over and becoming a star. Like in today's boxing and social media, it's about doing something that grabs attention on social media and all that. And you're more a kid about your faith and your family, and that's not really what there is promoted, like to get people's attention nowadays. So how do you think you cross over? You become a star at some point?
Let me answer that.
What's up, Amir?
Just keep doing what he's doing. It's gonna happen. It's already. What's up, Sean? How you?
Good to see you.
It's already happening. He already started.
Yeah, my stardom is being made inside the ring for sure. You know, that's one thing I can say about me. I'm not gonna do nothing I don't feel comfortable doing, and I like to chill. I like to relax and wait till that fight come up and go crazy. You know, make a splash. You know, that fight be circulating for the next few months until my next fight. So that's what's bringing me to that level where I'm gonna be a star. You know, a lot of people dig themselves deep with those talking and when they do have a performance that's not right, it's a performance that won't be backing up all that talk. So for me, I like to step in there and get the job done, and make a splash like that.
Main event, Keyshawn and De Los Santos.
See, I like him. He get it. Like, look, man, his brothers had to step in because, look, keep doing exactly what he doing. He don't got to be like nobody else, and he don't. He don't got to do nothing different. He talk enough. Like, he ain't chasing the moment, right? They coming to him. When you ask him a question, he gonna give you a direct answer. Like, he let you know, look, I'm hungry, bro. Make no mistake about it. I'm hungry, but I ain't about to go out here doing a bunch of talking, overselling, and under-delivering. My stardom is being built in the ring, bro. And y'all seeing it. My performances is what's gonna make me a star. And I agree with him, man. Like, he can speak very well. He know how to answer questions, man. His team, the direction they going and the work being put in is just speak for itself. You see it in the performances. He learned from fight to fight. He getting better from fight to fight. There's nothing else you can ask him to be doing right now than what he's doing. That's how you know you got a real one. He checking every box and then some. Like I said, there's nothing you could be asking Abdullah Mason. Oh, he need to do. No, he don't. He doing everything he need to be doing. Let's be clear. Let's start accepting the fighters as he don't got to be no crazy trash talker. We don't need to see that. If that's not who he is, then I don't want to see it. This is who he is. He going to answer the questions when they're brought to him. When you lay him in his lap, he going to articulate himself very well. He going to speak, with confidence, and he going to fight even better. There's never nothing wrong. He fight better than he talk, and he talk damn well so that he kicking ass. You get me? This is how you move. This is a youngin', man. You don't got to do nothing different. He comfortable being himself. You heard what he said. I ain't about to do nothing I ain't comfortable doing. We about to go out here and be us. We going to put that work in. We going to turn up when it's time to fight. I love this dude attitude, bro. I love it. Dub J, what it do, homie? How you feeling? Yeah, he gonna be a problem. He got the right amount of confidence behind hands. TV, my brother, what's good with it? Positive example, having his father in his life, right, and being guided the right way, and being allowed to be a man. I'm telling you, he got it, man. If you ain't cheering for him, if you ain't rooting for him, I don't know what the problem is. I really don't. He everything he's supposed to be, and then some. He is that. He is. And as long as he continue to work, which I know he will. You clearly can tell he don't get too ahead of himself. He don't get too high, too low. He stays somewhere right up in the middle. I love that. I love it. It's authentic and it's real. It's genuine. And he got my support. He got my attention. I'm rocking with him. This dude is dangerous for anybody that they're going to put him in front of as he continue to move up in the ranks. And he getting there. You know what I mean? Number 2 in the WBO. Kid ain't got long, man.
How do you see that going?
I feel like Keyshawn, the fight might start off a little slower, but I feel like he's trying to get used to him, and he'll probably adjust to him, and he start picking at De Los Santos. And I feel like in the end, it's gonna be I feel like it might go to decision, but I feel like Keyshawn he'll start picking De Los Santos apart a little bit.
Hey, thanks for your time, Abdullah. Looking forward to watching you fight June 7th. Thanks for your time, man.
Thank you, and everybody watching. I want y'all to what I want y'all to do is let me know who y'all want me to fight. So anybody watching, I want y'all to put it out there. Let us know who y'all want to see me fighting next.
Let's see the Usyk fight.
Abdullah versus Usyk.
It's there to be great here, Abdullah.
Right. Okay. Abdullah versus Anthony Joshua.
No, man, you got to fight the champion. What are you trying to see? You're trying to already pick on the guy who's on his way down.
Oh, man. Well, first we got to get to the champions in my own division. So, we got 4 of them, and we're going to get them out the way, hopefully, and we on to the next.
No, thank you for your time.
Man, shout out to Abdullah, man. Well spoken, well said. I approve his message. Listen, he got an appetite for smoke. He ain't necessarily making no picks. He just want to fight who's in front of him. He want the opportunities that he's earned with his performances in the ring. He want it the right way. He ain't kicking and screaming and making a fool out of himself for you to pay attention to him. He doing it the right way. When it's time to speak, he speak. When it's time to fight, he on that shit, and we know it. So I don't know. You got to be excited to see just how far he can go. You get what I'm saying? Because you don't get many fighters that just got it. He well put together very early, and he got it mentally as well. Very sharp. You get what I'm saying? I love the way he answers his questions. I can't stress that enough. Seemed like a really easy guy to interview. Get what I'm saying? Real easy to interview. OT and blessed what it do on me. I like how this older brother answered for him. Yeah, when he wanted to get a sketchy answer out of him. Yeah, he was making sure. Let's make sure we keep this joint steered the right way. You get me? Let's get it, man. Next gen, what it do? I want him to do it versus Shakur next. He say he ready. Like Mason, great young talent. Look, I love Mason, man. I love watching him do his thing. Love seeing him put himself in position the right way. I love it, the way to see he's capturing the imagination of the fans, and he's making people put his name in there with the likes of the champions like the Shakur Stevensons right now. I've heard people rank him over Shakur right now. You know what I mean? Now, that's not something I'm going to do because I don't think that makes sense to do because he don't got the body of work that would back up that claim. You get what I'm saying? You will only have to be able to go off the eye test and what you think and feel. But in terms of proving it, he hasn't got there yet because the opportunities haven't been granted to him yet. You get what I'm saying? And I can't stress it enough. It's only so much I can say. It's just a matter of time for him. He don't got to do nothing different. He don't got to go call nobody out. You see with the work that he's putting in without doing any of that, he's positioning himself the right way. And it's just a matter of who's going to give him the opportunity or, what opportunity is his team going to be able to get for him. You get what I'm saying? I don't know how long he'll be at 35. I know he looked like a big 35 pounder. Look like he'd easily be up at 140. It's talks of people thinking Keyshawn going to end up going up to 140. But right now, as long as they're in the same weight division, people are going to, suggest that they fight each other or this could be the next best fight. Look, he gonna be a terror for anybody. I'm real enough to say that because I feel like I know what I'm saying. And he's one of those guys with the more experience that he get, the more opportunities, the more styles and different things that he see. Like, don't let him get to the point where he feel like he's seen it all. He's going to be a dangerous guy. He's already a dangerous young killer in there, and it's just going to get worse. You get what I'm saying? So I don't have no doubt that he'll give guys champions. He can give you hell right now, but I can't pit him over these guys that has proven it, and that for that reason only. Now, say he go kick somebody's ass, win a title, get a defense. He right there with everybody else. You can't deny him. This is undeniable talent I think you're looking at. I really do. So, listen, I get it, man. I get it. Y'all loving what you see. You feel like he beating these champions right now, but I'll just say not so fast. And you get what I'm saying? And I think if you're paying attention to how he's being moved, it's not a bad thing. They're keeping him active. They're getting him the experience, and they moving him along just fine. And like I said, it's only so many of those middle of the pack faded type champion guys that you can give him. It's only so many of them. Remember, this kid got an appetite for smoke. He want challenges. He want to be challenged. He want to be tested. He want to be in a position where he can fight the absolute best. And you should want that for him just to see how good he is. So if push come to shove, I don't care what champion he get in the ring with. I want to see any of them because I know it's going to be a fight. He going to make you fight. I don't care who it is that he get in there with. You going to have a fight on your hands. That's real. You get what I'm saying? Right now, some guys got some experience in different things. Maybe, some different nuances to their game that, he's still working towards. But, that gap, he's closing that gap. With every performance, he's a guy that's closing the gap. You get what I'm saying? And he's doing it the right way. So, like I said, I just got nothing but appreciation for the work that he put in. There's no negatives here. No need to say nothing crazy. He's saying it the right way. He don't care who it is. When it's time, he want to fight. And that's it. That's it. That's all. You get me? And he made it clear. Outside of my bros, everybody could get this work. You hear me? Everybody. The champions, all y'all. You get me? Opulent LD TV. Blessings, Brody. How you feeling? But one thing I will say though, I will say this, you know what I mean? Stressed Out Boxing, what it do wrong was good with it, bro. I was like, I think he's special, bro. He is. Boxing with 2-4, what it do? He is, bro. He just doing it. It's like, what? Like, I don't know what more he gonna need, right? But to just keep working, getting better, more experience. Like, the more experience he get, the more dangerous he gonna be. He got the tools. It ain't much he can do already, and it's not a lot of places in the ring where he ain't comfortable. So that speak volumes. As a young kid, bro, he different. He different, man. He different, man. He definitely different, bro. He definitely different. So I'm enjoying the ride for him, bro. But I will say this. I wonder, what is it? And we got to talk about this briefly. I got to ask y'all, what is it why when they ask him about the champions and who he could fight, seems like they only bring up 2? Like it ain't 3 champions right there. Lonely if you want to count him as well, but you get what I'm saying? This other Keyshawn, they do the Shakur. I don't hear much of Tank. Like he ain't taking no picks. He want to fight everybody. You get me? He want an opportunity to fight them all if he get the chance. But that's all I'm saying. If you're going to ask him about the champions, ask him about all of them. No particular order, no picks, but ask him about all of them. And I think that's just being genuine and not looking like you picking it. You get what I'm saying? That's kind of weak. Nah, ask him about everybody. You ask him about champions. Remember, you want to know what he think about fighting any of these dudes. Don't cut him short. He ain't ducking shit. He want everything. Young and hungry. He want to fight. You get me? Peace to the Queen, Lisa. How you feeling today? You feel me? 2 cents. That's all. Nothing bad, nothing negative to say. But ask him about every champion. Don't stop singling. Stop getting into interviews and singling people out. Just ask him about all of them. You know what I'm saying? Ask him about them all. Is he ranked in the WBA? I don't know. But you know, a lot of times when they asking these questions, they don't really be considering the ranks. They just throw it out there. So I'm just saying, for conversation purposes, don't just single it out. Oh, only ask him about this one or that one. Truth be told, it's a chance he don't get neither one. Get what I'm saying? And he damn sure won't be getting them next. That's what's most important. So, you know what I mean? I think he got a little bit more work to do before he do get, he'd be right there on the doorstep. But like I said, the sky's the limit for the youngin, bro. Sky's the limit for him. Shout out to B-Dog too, man. What's good with it, bro? Man, he said, not Tank. Blue Hustle, man. LetsBuild the facts machine is in the building. Yeah, I think he'll make good fights with them all, Opulent. He say 2 green if he loses. Right now, if he was like, say, if his next fight after Nakatila was a world champion and he lost, maybe that's the only thing they could say. Because it ain't going to be a lack of talent and skill and things of that nature, right? That's the only thing it could be if he were to lose, right? To me, because I don't think he's lacking any skill or talent, right? This dude is he's a well-rounded fighter, well put together guy, man. And like I said, for anybody, just given the talent and the skill set and what he brings to the table, his temperament, he'll make a tough fight for any champion currently, right? But will he be the favorite to beat these guys? Probably not so much without the resume or to back it up. But it'll be a lot of people that think he can beat these guys right now. You know what I'm saying? He's impressed people to that level. You know what I'm saying? Where they mention him right in there with the champion. So I ain't tripping. Like I want to see it for him too, But that's what they'll say, OP. I think so, bro. He was a little too green. And it might be true, because that might be the only thing, the only knock on him, right? When you looking, right, they all have flaws, right? But just looking at him, as a whole, right, he don't have real big gaps and lapses in his game, right? He don't have really big gaping holes in his game, right? There's a lot he can do, and he can do these things at a high level and very consistently. You know what I'm saying? But the only question remains, just with his experience that he's gained so far, can he do it with the upper echelon guys? And like I said, he checked many of the boxes that you would have for him on paper, right? If not all of them, and then some, like I've been saying. So he made interesting fights for anybody, man. Like, this dude is gonna be it. And he one of those guys where it's like, if you gonna fight him sooner than later, because he only gonna get better. Mentioned WBO because he saw me on Twitter. Mason also ranked in the IBF. Hold on, shout out to my guy. He ranked in the IBF too. That's what's up. Shout out to my guy, Doug. Because I think this was you, right? This was my guy talking to Gustavo. You know what I mean? And see, this Doug be getting some straightening, man. So I like this. Gustavo, he said, hello, sir. Please allow me to clarify. To become the mandatory, the fighter requesting such designation must face rated opposition and certainly win. There are also other criteria. See section 6 of our regulations. So he's speaking about, you know, him possibly being, you know, in a mandatory position, you know what I mean? And what's the criteria behind it? Because a lot of people are already trying to put him in there with the Keyshawns, the Shakurs of the world. And I get it. I understand completely. But when you you making sense out of it, this is just the things that you get. So shout out to L Dub, because he said, hey, so I'm assuming that Mason versus Nakatila meets the mandatory criteria since Mason moved up 4 spots to number 2 and Nakatila enters at number 11. Thoughts? Said at this time, Davis is in his voluntary stage, therefore no mandatory is due. Regards. So shout out to L Dub, man, for reaching out to them good folks. Aunt McQueen, the professor in the building, did mention the WBA rankings. Yeah, he did. Shout out to Sean, man. That was a good build. Lee, what it do, homie? What's good with it? Speaking of IBF, God bless. Hope he recovers. Oh, yeah, man. Shout out to Lee, even if plenty of time to rebound. Yeah, even if he was to lose. So shout out to L Dub for getting some straightening right from the source, man. That's good information, because he said, you know, at this time, Davis is in his voluntary stage. So it ain't no mandatory due right now. You know what I'm saying? And that's what's up. That's a good question to ask him too. Dude was good with it, cuz he said I'll be making these dudes work. I'll be seeing it, but it's like they need you. You keep these dudes honest, bro, because you ask them real questions. You get what I'm saying? And that's why you get results. So that's all. I can't tell you enough, bro. We just appreciate you, man. Being the plug to the streets, man. Everybody should know L Dub by now. Ty, Duke was good with it, cuz. How you feeling? But yeah, man. Shout out to Mason, man. Doing it the right way. I love his slogan, appetite for smoke. The kid is hungry. And Nakatila is on the menu. I think he's gonna dust him off. I do believe him when he say he's gonna make it look easy. I do. I don't think he's gonna struggle at all. You know, the only blip on his resume is being dropped twice in one fight, but you see how he recovered, you see how he rebounded. Since then, I think you see him learn from that, and I just don't anticipate that situation happening again. You get what I'm saying? I think he's learned from that. I think he's gonna get better from that. And like I said, man, I'm gonna enjoy watching him fight, bro. And the first time he fight for a title, I don't care who it is. I want to see any of these fights if they're possible. Any of them. I don't have no picks, because any of them is going to be a good fight for me. I think we got worthy champions at 135. You got a Raymond Moritai looking to make himself a champion at 135. Look, we got some real talent, some real challenges up there for the youngin, but I think he'll be able to hold his own. I really do. The future is bright for him, and all you gotta do is keep doing it. Like his brother says, Big Bro said, keep doing exactly what he's doing. Winning, being impressive, you know what I mean? Not just in the gym, but in the ring. You know what I mean? Under them lights where it mattered. Garcia is having right hand surgery, no excuse, but I called it. Throwing that right hand versus Rolly. You did say that, bro. You asked a question, and I didn't know where you was going with it. Like, I know you asked it for a reason, but I didn't know, like, he still had. No, I think you mentioned he had some issues. Didn't he have to pull out the exhibition? Ain't that right? Why he had to pull out the exhibition? Wasn't it for the right hand? Shout out to Big Dre. Said, here for the smoke, my dog. What's good with it, Big Dre? How you feeling, man? Sorry for excuses, type more PEDs. But he wasn't throwing it, though. Dub do got a point. A lot of people want to say he got neutralized, and I was one of the ones saying it, but that is something to look into, though. That is something to take into account. That is something to take into account. I mean, I thought was saying, Watson, I'm telling you, yeah, I don't want to I don't like to toot nobody horn for him, bro. But since I've known L-Dub, he's never gave me bad information. That shit is worth money. You get what I'm saying? That's why I got, I got love for him like that. He gave you the right information. Shout out to the homie Big Dre, man. He said he here for the Smizzoke.
What? This not funny. How am I supposed to get home? Hold on. Sit down. Hold on. Here. $2. Take the train.
To the homie Big Dre, appreciate you, bro. So he here for the smoke. We appreciate you. Listen, Abdullah Mason said he got a appetite for the smoke. Yeah, man. Right. Shout out to my guy Opulent, man. I love giving people their credit, man. In this space where people like to overlook, from the boxers to the trainers to the people that really put in work and I think valuable work, shit that matter. That's one of the guys, man. He all about the information and getting people, you know what I mean, getting you right. Yeah, like if I show y'all my inbox, bro, he stay dropping information always. So I just appreciate that because it's solid. And you see how, because he reached out to the right people. He talked directly to the folks that be in the know, and he be in the know. I don't see nobody else calling out fighters' fight dates before the fighters, bro. That shit is crazy to me still. Bro, be on it. Big Dog Willie, my homie, man, back in the super chat. I appreciate the support. He says, just do you think Tank and Maniacs want to do a Mason to fight the other champions at the Tank because they don't want Shakur and Keyshawn to fight Tank? As far as like them super fans, because I want to be clear, y'all. I know when people see Tank and Maniacs, they just think he talking about everybody. He not. Like it's an extreme fan base of Tank fans out there, and I could attest to it because I had people make threats in my inbox. I had to block people. It get real weird, and all I do is get his man his credit. So it's like if you don't praise them to the level they do, they go crazy. I don't think they care who he fight. The super fans, but the real ones, the ones that really been there for the journey, rock with him through and through, no matter what's going on. They want to see him fight the best opposition out there. There are people that want to see it, but the craze fans, those are the ones they don't care about if he fought Jake Paul and if he never fought another one of the champions in the division. There are people that's like that, but I feel like the ones that frequent this channel, I can speak to mine, right? Because I rock with people here. I think they want to see him fight everybody, right? But I think what you see and what I see is a lot of people that just they don't care. You could fight me and they cool with it, but there's some real ones in here that want to see him fight everybody. You know what I'm saying? It's just you got them super crazy fans and they're ridiculous, man. I will never be the type of fan that I've seen lately. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, man, shout out to the real ones that want to see that man fight them all. You know what I mean? No matter who they are. You know what I'm saying? And I always said this, shout out to Big Dog Willie. I'll say this too to end it with this, bro. If you're truly a supporter of somebody, you want to see him fight any and everybody that's in the weight class that's considered to be a top talent because you believe in them that much that regardless of who they're up against, you feel like your guy gonna beat them anyway. So that's being a true supporter, not being scared to see these guys go out there and fight a guy that they possibly could lose to. But you got super fans, and those guys don't care who their favorite fighter fight. They just want to see the fight. You know what I'm saying? But you got some real ones. Like I said, they really want to see what we want to see, bro. The same fights we want to see. PGH was good with it, homie. Yeah, real Devin fan, not one of them. Yeah, right. That's a fact. You already know. A was good with it, homie. He said he want to see Tank beat out of Shakur and Keyshawn and Devin. I want to see them all. The real ones do. You know what I'm saying? The real ones want to see them all. You know, if you really a supporter and a fan of a guy, of anybody, you want to in boxing, you want to see him fight everybody. You know what I mean? That they can fight anyway. Shout out to Jay. Hey, Dixon, what's good, Jay? How you feeling? But I don't got no picks, like, right? You know what I'm saying? I don't got no picks. When you see a guy like Abdullah Mason coming up and he's talented, you just want to see him get the opportunities that his hard work got for him, right? So he's been doing everything he's supposed to do. There's nothing else that you could say he should be doing this to get this fight. Nah, he doing it the right way. He beating ass and he positioning himself. He quietly moving up these rankings. And I think it's just going to be a matter of the politics sorting itself out for him to get an opportunity. I don't know where his first shot gonna come at, but I'm here for it. I don't care who he fight first for the title. I just want to see. I know it's gonna be a hell of a fight. That dude gonna want to win. You get what I'm saying? He ain't here for play, man. He here to be great, and that's one thing I get when he speak. You know he want to be great. He ain't here to be mediocre. He ain't here to just be around. He trying to be the best, and the only way you can do that is beating the absolute best guys every time they put them in front of you, knock them down, and that's what he's been doing. So, Nakatila head is on the board, man. He put out his warning. He said we got some great champions at 135. I look forward to mixing it up with any of them. So whoever he get an opportunity to fight is who he gonna fight. I don't think he really got no picks. I don't really think he care to pick. He just want to fight. You know what I'm saying? So let's see where it take him, man. You know what I'm saying? Sky's the limit for Youngin, man. I love to see the energy, bro. But that number 2 ranking got people feeling like he next in line for Keyshawn. But as you see, L-Dub just got out of the Gustavo that he in his voluntary stage, so he probably gonna be allowed to pick somebody to fight. And I doubt it'd be Abdullah Mason. Let's keep rolling, man. Let's keep rolling because we got some we got a meaningful fight that keep coming up with Keyshawn and De Los Santos that I think everybody is excited to see. And I am. Again, I don't care about how long he been off. I just care the fact that he said he's gonna be 100% come fight night, and that's what I'm gonna hold him to. He said he's gonna be ready to go. I want to see this fight. He been doing a lot of talking. He did an interview. I'm about to pull this up. I like De Los Santos, man. I just want to see how he approached this opportunity, bro, because I know he got to be hungry. He got to want to take advantage of his opportunity because the last time we seen him, last time he fought for a title, he shit the bed too, right? He really didn't do nothing. He didn't come out there and lay it all on the line. He didn't fight like it was a title shot, right, that he was getting. He didn't look hungry enough, right? You know what I mean? People wasn't satisfied with the effort that he showed with Shakur, an injured fighter. So now you 100%, you in there with a guy that's entering his damn peak, right? You know, Keyshawn is just getting better with each fight, I think. So that's what you're dealing with. You're dealing with a really confident fighter with a really good team, a really smart coach. And I think they're going to put together a really good game plan for him. And Keyshawn Davis is right there, the guy to execute, man. I think this is going to be a fun fight for the fans. I think we're going to get one. I think we in for a treat June 7th, man. I really do. I'm all for this, man. Shout out to Fight Hype, man. Shotty Herrera enters the new WA rankings, number 5 out of the blue, right? Nobody's pushing him.
De Los Santos, who makes his ring return June 7th.
Hey, Dub. Ain't that crazy? He got clout for almost fighting him, bro. That shit crazy. Yeah, but you know what, too? They don't be paying attention to them rankings. So they'll just push something that's unrealistic, right? You get what I'm saying? Even if he ain't ranked, but it's Abdullah, you say Abdullah and a certain somebody, they'll be like, is he ranked there? Like, you get me? They don't really be paying attention to him, man. So he did. And I would only wonder why he slid to number 5 out of nowhere. He top 5 now, bro. Get what I'm saying? And that last performance that he had wasn't crazy. Roger was good with it. Nunez versus Ford this year. That's a great fight. Shout out to Ron Goodall, man.
He'll make his
attempt to
be a world champion for the WBO lightweight in Norfolk, Virginia. First and foremost, how excited are you to go from a championship fight to another opportunity for a championship fight?
Bueno, me siento bastante bien, ya que es lo que el boxeador anhela y el deseo de ser campeón mundial y de hacerme ese campeón mundial es peleando por los títulos.
Hey, B-Dog. That's how he be, yo. Nobody signed the contract. Yeah, I love it, yo. Love the accents, yo. This should be hilarious.
Well, I feel very good. It's what every boxer desires. We desire to become a world champion. And in order to become a champion, you got to fight for that world title.
Awesome. I'm going to get straight into it. Keyshawn Davis on Twitter said, Edwin's doing a lot of talking. You're not making any sense. And you're pissing him off. keep it up. What's his thoughts on essentially pissing Keyshawn off right now in this build-up?
Cada quien tiene su personalidad. Él salió hablando, estaba de vacaciones, que si él quiere que vuelva de vacaciones, y yo voy a seguir hablando por lo que, y mi trabajo va a hablar de lo que yo vengo realizando.
Everyone has their personality. He came out talking. It looked like he was on vacation. If he wants to go on vacation, I'm going to keep going and keep doing what I'm doing. And my hard work will, you'll see the results of that.
You know, I know he'll probably be asked this all the time during this build-up, but he said that he feels like he's much lower than Shakur Stevenson. He feels like Keyshawn has a lot of power, but in terms of boxing, Shakur is on another level. I guess I wanted to ask him, why does he feel that way, seeing that they were both silver medalists and both world champions in this division?
En la realidad, todo el mundo sabe la destreza que tiene Shakur Stevenson en la movilidad del ring, que lo diferencia mucho a la forma de Keyshawn Davis, lo que ha demostrado cuando ha peleado.
Because that's the reality. Everyone knows that. Everyone knows the skills and the mobility that Shakur has that has set him apart from Keyshawn and what he's done in his fights.
What challenges? That's interesting, man. You know, he said Shakur's mobility and things like that has set him apart in his fights from what Keyshawn does. I just think that it's truth to that, but that's because of the styles that both Keyshawn and Shakur have that are different from each other, right? So what Edwin is saying is not false, right? It's just that has Shakur's distance and range control, you know, as a whole throughout his fights have been something that separated him from the competition and made his fights, you know, made one of the, I think, driving forces to him controlling the tempo and pace of a fight. And I think that's what, after sharing 12 rounds with him, that's what Edwin is speaking to. I think, you know, he's just assessing Keyshawn, obviously, from the outside looking in. He ain't got in the ring with him yet. So it's easy for him to, you know, speak firsthand experience on what he thinks separates Shakur from him and other guys. But I think, like my bro Dante is saying, June 7th, I think he'll find out what separates Keyshawn from other guys as well, because they all have things that, you know, are different from one another that make them special. Keyshawn, although he doesn't quite win fights with mobility, so to speak, but he does it with, I think, controlling tempo and pace of a fight, right? And going through the gears, breaking you down slowly. Like, that's what Keyshawn do. He works his way into a fight. And once he set his rhythm, he's hard to slow down. You get what I'm saying? He's hard to control and contain. So that's what Edwin is up against, right? Keyshawn he's going to be more, you know, in your wheelhouse, but still not easy to hit, right? He's responsible defensively as well. He's sharp and he picks his shots very, very well. So he in there with a really smart fighter. You got to think they both silver medalists. So I think Edwin is just highlighting what he feels as though makes Shakur different, or, you know, separates him from a guy like Keyshawn. But I think it's just styles. It come down to styles. So Keyshawn going to have something different that I think Shakur might not have had come fight night. So we're going to find out. June 7th will be here sooner than later.
Does he think that Keyshawn will present to him in this fight?
Bueno, como digo, yo vengo estudiándolo hace tiempo. El día de la pelea se sabrá que él trae, ahí mismo encima del ring cada quien averigua cómo hacer el trabajo adecuado.
I have been studying him for quite some time, but on the day of the fight, we will know. We will go in there and see what we need to do.
You know, I guess when I talked to Keyshawn a few weeks out, he told me that essentially Shakur hit him up once he found out the fight was made and kind of was already trying to help him in that fight. And then a few days ago, Keyshawn also has Floyd Mayweather in the gym, and I'm sure he's helping him prepare for you. So are you flattered, or do you feel like essentially like everyone's teaming up to kind of essentially help him beat you? What's his thoughts against, I guess, with those two guys helping?
Algo bueno por Floyd, que está dándole soporte a la nueva generación.
Man, big respect.
Pero no es nada que vaya a, ¿cómo te digo? Mayweather no le va a poner 4 brazos, 4 piernas. Mayweather se queda afuera y el único que sube es Keyshawn Davis.
that's good for Floyd. You know, Floyd is supporting him, the new generation that he's supporting. But you know, I don't. That's nothing that's going to help him because Mayweather won't give him 4 arms in the ring. He's not going to give him 4 legs. Mayweather will be outside, and Keyshawn will be in the ring.
You know, just kind of looking into
basically saying Mayweather can't fight for me. That's cool. Floyd supporting this guy, but Floyd, you can't fight for Keyshawn. But the good thing is, y'all, and we already know, if you know how I know, and I know y'all know, he don't need Floyd to fight for him, man. Key gonna be ready, man. He look like he putting in some dog work, his energy on the thou. Wow, I can't wait to see this fight. I think we about to get a damn good fight, man. I think he gonna surprise Edwin though. I think with his overall talent and skill, I think he'll surprise Edwin with the way he get it done. But it's one of them things where, you know, Edwin can't feel like that going into the fight. He got to say the things that he's saying, right? So he got to look at the two fighters and compare and contrast and say what he think makes one guy better than the other. He got to say that. But if he was smart, he would big up the talent that Keyshawn is, because you're going to want credit for beating him, right? If you were to beat him, even lose to him, because if you're going to downplay him and then you lost to a guy that's levels below Shakur, what did that say about you as Edwin de los Santos? So you got to be careful when downplaying your opponent, because that could always go left.
the fight, right? And I know that everyone, and he's probably answered this amongst his peers and his friends, but you know, everyone's asking me, because he's had about 1.5 year layoff. He's had some health injuries, I think, like a blood clot. A lot of people have kind of like said this is kind of a dangerous fight. You know, kind of like, why does he think that in those type of circumstances that he's able to come and fight one of the top guys in the division after such a long layoff and a scary injury?
Bueno, es algo que yo lo cogí como
Cornelius, what it do, player? How you feeling?
personalmente como un descanso para mí. No me afectó en nada mentalmente, simplemente enfoqué en recuperarme y gracias a Dios me recuperé y estoy más que listo para volver a dar un buen espectáculo como siempre.
Facts, 2 cents, run that
Well,
joint.
something I took personally, you know, it's something that I did personally. It didn't really, this rest, it didn't affect me mentally. I focused on recovering. Thank God I recovered. And so I'm more than ready to come and give a good show.
Awesome.
So yeah, I like Edwin, bro. He like, look, man, it didn't affect me mentally. This injury that I was dealing with was more physical, you know what I mean? And obviously with him being a younger guy, you know what I mean? Having youth on his side is not a bad thing when dealing with an injury, right? And recovery and things like that. And I'm pretty sure him and his team did everything in their power to get him back to this point. So, I mean, yeah, you want money. They prize fighters at the end of the day, and he is making a nice piece of change from what I understand. But I think he is also a guy that's getting in there because he believes he can win. If you get an opportunity like this, you'll be a fool to turn it down. So this, you know, as much as people want to write him off or kind of, you know, lessen his chances because of the layoff, I think you also got to look at it and respect him for being willing to accept a fighter like Keyshawn on such a layoff. Like, think about it, bro. How many people, when their resume is going to read that they fought both Shakur Stevenson and Keyshawn Davis? You get what I'm saying? And he would have had done this shit back to back. One off a loss and a bad performance, poor performance, right? Then a long ass layoff, a scary injury, as they said, right? And you're going to come back and fight Keyshawn Davis, a guy that's surging right now. His last few performances, like he been on the up and up. He been beating ass, bro. Getting rid of guys. You get what I'm saying? Getting rid of shit. So that's the guy that you trying to come back and fight. That's why I just respect it, man. This is what boxing is about. You taking a challenge that people probably think you shouldn't, or, you know, Mike think he had a disadvantage, but he here to say, look, man, I got through that injury. I wasn't affected by it mentally. I'm ready to go. I'm going to put out a good performance. He said he's 100%. Z, what it do, homie? So I'm just ready to see that. Two guys that's 100% that want to win. Get what I'm saying? It should be a great fight, bro. Ryo dropping back down to 35. Yeah, man. Shout out to Ryo. I know he's trying to get in that mix. Man.
You know, I guess this question to maybe give more credit to him. A lot of fights recently has been kind of criticized, like Devin Haney, Canelo, and William Scope. I know previously when he fought Shakur, they got a lot of heat for it. So I guess wanting to get his thoughts, like, do you feel like now they should get more credit because other fighters, you know, around him had performances that was very technical, or I guess, or was that just something that he can defend because that's something that he was able to go through with Shakur and can relate to those guys?
Bueno, es algo que yo he dicho.
That's an interesting question,
Para hacer una
bro.
pelea se necesitan dos. Si uno viene a correr, el que fue con deseo de pelear se va a quedar, es decir, cayéndole atrás al otro sin poder hacer contacto ninguno. Yo diría que, como mencioné, que se están olvidando la mayoría de los boxeadores de que el fanático está pagando para ver una pelea de
Yeah,
boxeo.
OP.
Yo
I'm
mismo,
with you.
personalmente,
Yeah,
me sentí mal
you
que
gotta
yo
handle
todavía
business.
no he podido ver mi pelea con Shakur completa.
Well, it's something that I've said before. To fight, you need two people. If one comes to run, then the one comes to fight will be chasing him and won't be able to make contact with him. I would say that, you know, a lot of people are forgetting, or a lot of boxers are forgetting that fans pay to see a boxing fight. And so I personally felt bad. And now I feel bad because I haven't even been able to rewatch my fight with Shakur completely.
If looking back at that fight, I guess, is he going to do anything different from that fight in this fight, or is it just because they're two different fights?
Son peleas completamente diferentes y va a ser mucho más emocionante la pelea con ahora.
They're completely different fights, and it's going to be much more exciting for this fight.
Awesome. My last couple questions is,
and I ain't mad at that, but at the same token, like that, everybody that says somebody's running from him, like, you cut the ring off, and you can't expect a guy to stand in front of you and allow you to have your way. You should have did your homework. You get what I'm saying? Ain't nobody gonna give you what you want. Now, fortunately for him, because of Keyshawn's style, it should be more suited to the kind of fight that he wants. But I think when he starts to deal with the overall level and pedigree, he'll see that it's different. You know what I mean? You be careful what you ask for, because I think in this particular fight, from a style standpoint and from an engagement standpoint, I think he should get what he's looking for. Now, I you know, to Shakur's credit, we all knew he wasn't 100%. Now that, you know, all the facts had actually came out there and people seen that he wasn't just making it up, I think it's time for, you know, to put that to bed in terms of comparing what a guy would look like at 100% versus somebody that wasn't. It's not the same fight. Even if they both was 100%, it wouldn't be the same fight because they don't fight the same. So I expect to see a much different fight with Keyshawn because he's a much different fighter. You know what I mean? How much better, how much different will he make it look remains to be seen. But I think he's going to go in there to try to make a statement, man. I think he's been putting in a lot of work. And it should show on fight night the same way it's been shown, right? So, you know, Edwin got a lot of questions to answer, right? Is this too much of a challenge on this long a layoff, right? Is he biting off more than he could chew? Or is this right the kind of opportunity that he need to, you know, because think about it, a win for Edwin changes everything. There's no way as a grown man that you can know with a win, and you got the tools, right? You got the tools, you know, you got the punching power to crack. You can crack somebody the right way. You can get them out of there. That guy is going to be motivated to go out there and win. He notices an opportunity that he wouldn't have got outside of Keyshawn being a willing participant and a guy that's willing to test himself, to challenge himself, right? This could be a trap fight. So, like my bro says, a must win. Keyshawn got to stand on business like he been doing. And I think, like I said, I don't expect nothing different from him. Damon, what it do, fam? How you feeling? Very much winning with this style that will give him a better chance to win. Yep, hardcore news. This is the casual I need to learn more. Shout out to my homie Damon Skywalker Boxing. My God, what's good, bro? How you feeling?
You know, ultimately, I know you're focusing on one fight, but if he was able to get the victory over Keyshawn Davis, would a Shakur Stevenson rematch be something that would interest him?
Ahora mismo no estoy enfocado en ningún otro peleador. Después del 7 de junio, cuando salga con la victoria, Dios mediante, habrán planes.
Right now, I am not focused on any other fighter. After June 7th, God willing, I come out with a victory, then we'll make plans.
Awesome. Does he think Shakur gets past Zepeda? And if so, how does he think the fight goes?
¿Crees
Reef was
que
good, bro.
Shakur le puede ganar a William Zepeda? ¿Y cómo le gana? Si piensas que le puede ganar.
Le gana unánime.
He'll win by unanimous decision.
Awesome. And my final question to him, when it comes to the fight with Keyshawn Davis, Keyshawn's the guy that shows that he can box, but he also likes to sit there and fight when there's an opportunity. If Keyshawn decides to fight you, would that be something of a mistake, or is that something that you would want him or hope that he would do?
En realidad no me preocupa el tren de pelea que él traiga. Anteriormente él había mencionado que él no iba a correr como Shakur cuando tuvimos la conversación, pero a mí no me preocupa con lo que él traiga. Nosotros sabemos descifrarlo a través de la pelea.
Que durante la pelea lo vas a descifrar, ¿verdad?
Sí.
Really, I don't worry about what plans he has. Like I've mentioned before, I did tell him, or I did say that he won't run like Shakur did, but I'm not going to worry about that. We're going to figure him out in the fight.
I know I said last one, but if he lands a good shot on Keyshawn, does he expect Keyshawn to continue to fight him, or does he think that he would force Keyshawn to box him if he lands a good, good clean shot?
Si conecta un buen golpe, no creo que él continúe la pelea porque se para en ahí mismo.
If I connect, I don't think the fight will continue because it'll end right there.
I love the quote. Before I let you go, what do you want to tell the fans out there? That would be, you'll be entering hostile territory. There's going to be a lot of people, and you're going to enter his backyard. All his celebrity friends will be there. So it'll be on ESPN for your second attempt for a world title. What do you want to tell the fans when you enter this place in Norfolk Arena? I had Scope Arena in Norfolk on June 7th on ESPN.
Que el 7 de junio me voy a adueñar de esa ciudad.
¿El 7 de junio qué?
Me voy a adueñar de esa ciudad.
Okay. On June 7th, I'm going to take over that city.
Shout out to Edwin, man. Shout out to Edwin. I love his energy, man. He said everything. Said all the right stuff. Look, he just letting you know that don't be worried about his health. He good, right? He here to put on a show. And he said what he think about them as fighters, how they're different fighters. You get what I'm saying? He expects this to be an easier fight for him, simply put, right? I mean, he think they levels apart, as he said. But I think on fight night he'll see that it could be levels, but Keyshawn gonna show a level that I think he got to be prepared for. You know what I'm saying? This is gonna be a really good fight, I think, despite the layoff. I think, like Abdullah said, maybe it start off a bit slow, but I think it'll pick up as the rounds go. I think the sooner Keyshawn figures him out, I think that's when you'll see what you need to see. I think you'll start to see the separation for sure. But then, Edwin is a dangerous guy. As long as he upright, you let him hang around, he can crack, right? He's going to be dangerous. You've seen him get dropped early in the fight, get up and finish his guy, right? So can't count that dude out. You gotta put it on him. But I just think overall, skill, talent, pedigree, there's little nuances to the game, man. Being more defensively responsible, more of a toolbox, right? You get what I'm saying? Now, De Los Santos is explosive, right? You heard that from Brian Norman, who's up at 47. Said De Los Santos is one of the strongest, hardest punches he's been in the ring with. So that's impressive. I wouldn't mind it. Opulent if especially if he was to win. JB was good with it, bro. How you feeling? You know what I'm saying? Especially if he was to win. But you know what I mean? Because now it's like, and now the storyline is there, right? It sets the table for it. But if he go out there and lose, yeah, you get me? It's like, now where do we go? We kind of got to rebuild. But I'm not against anything that makes sense. You get what I'm saying? And the first fight was such a disappointment for everybody, fighters included, not just the fans. The fighters wasn't happy with their performances, neither guys. You know what I'm saying? You heard what Edwin just said. So You know, I mean, it wouldn't be a bad thing to redeem yourself because the pressure would be on for you to have to perform better than you did the first time. And I think that could create a very interesting situation that could lead to more entertainment for us. You get what I'm saying? Because nobody trying to go out there and just have a stalemate, especially if everything on the up and up. Yeah, he got a chance, man. He got a chance. He can box. He's a puncher with good boxing skill. Got some good boxing skill. You know what I mean? Good boxing skill. I think overall the pedigree and like I said, I think they got a really strong corner. I don't want to say if it's a better corner, but Bomac ain't coming to play. You know what I'm saying? Bomac ain't coming to play. They gonna be geeked up, ready to put on, man. They gonna be out there in the hostile territory is right. You know what I mean? They gonna be going crazy for Keyshawn out there. Balance Keyshawn gonna hurt this dude. Yeah, I think ultimately like shot selection, things like that, balance, man. Just overall skills, man. I think Keyshawn got it, man. Keyshawn be in range, but can Edwin deal with the frames, the posts, the pins, and pills of Keyshawn? I'm telling you, when he would decide to be physical, you know what I'm saying? It's all cool when you swinging punches, but when somebody bringing something different to you that you ain't used to, like you saying, Ant McQueen being physical in them spots and creating them different looks, right? Are you ready for that? Because he gonna do it. Keyshawn gonna do it, man. He gonna do him in there. That's one thing about him. He don't fight timid. He fights smart. He don't fight timid. So he fights smart, and he got a mean streak. But I think he goes about it the right way, right? He don't just put himself in bad positions. He take his time out there. So that's why I say he's really good at controlling the pace of a fight. It's allow him to see things and start to, get into a rhythm. And once that happens, you start to see the separation. You start to cook. I mean, he got a really good offensive arsenal. Punch placement is really good. Shot selection is really good. He got good uppercuts, hooks. And like Ant is saying, if you really watch the fights, those pins, those frames, those moments where he being physical and punching, I'm telling you, man, punching in between is a really smart fighter, man. I'm telling you, smart guy. It's a smart dude in there. So I'm loving it, man. I love it. The energy is on a million. Let's look at it, man. Just look at it.
I'm cut like dope. I'm cut up, man.
Hey, yo, how you can't root for him, man? He just
cut up. I'm cut like dope. I'm cut up, man. You feel me? You feel me? Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. We back in Norfolk with it, man. The whole town waiting for me. Whole town waiting for DD3, man. We going to the top. To the stratosphere. What did we say? We going to the stratosphere. The stratosphere. To the stars. To the stars right below. You know what I'm saying? The stars right below. That Santos keep talking. Keep doing interviews.
Man, yo. Talk about the life of the party, yo. Key the life of the party, bro. He don't need no hype man, bro. Just on go. Yo, man, he said him cut like dope. Bro. Telling you, he just got Bomac sitting back looking at the monster he done created, laughing. Man, I'm telling you, man, that's that energy. You gotta love it. And on the other side, Edwin is very confident that he about to shut all that down. So I can't wait to see this fight, bro. I love his energy, man. He be geeked up, bro. He his own party. I'm telling you, by himself, bro. Is his own party. Pound for pound boxing talk, my homie. What's good with it, bro? How you feeling? Keep in mind, this is a voluntary defense going to the smoke. Yeah, he going towards it. That's what I'm saying, bro. You know what I'm saying? Teach Terrell, you get me? You got him cut up. He ready. Young get ready to go out there and perform. Got him a good old homecoming. You know what I'm saying? DB3 in the building with him. You know what I mean? They just putting in that work, bro. That's like, and he's showing you time after time, if he can take a fight that's, deemed a challenge, that's what he gonna do. He ain't going away from it. He ain't taking lighter touches. I think people got to highlight that about Keyshawn Davis. Say what you want, man, but he ain't your regular Joe Smo, man. He ain't, bro. It's okay to say it, too. It's okay to say it that he turning into one of them ones right in front of your eyes. And you gotta love it. That shit is fun to watch. Beating ass, bro. He said, knockout. Don't make me pull up the clips. He said he coming to smoke some, okay? Say he like he cut like dope. He was amped up. Bro, his own party, bro. He don't need no hype, man. He's geeked up by himself. I'm telling you. Yeah, he say he coming over to take over the city, man. ABZ, what it do? Yeah, I love it. Yeah, Rude Exposure. What's good, homie? How you feeling? Yeah, man. Keyshawn is what all this smoke. Nah. He ain't who Shakur should be. Nah, ABZ, I get you. Nah, he's just who he should be, right? Shakur is one of them guys. I'll say this, man. When I think when it's all said and done, we're gonna have to respect him. That's just that. It's pointless. It's one of them things where I think as you continue to put in the work and you win, you just gonna have to respect it. You could critique it to the end of the time, right? But I think it's just gonna be one of the ones when the smoke clear, you can be like, yo, that dude stood the test of time. That's what I believe anyway. So nah, Keyshawn is who he is, right? And Shakur is who he is, and it's gotten both of them extremely far. So nah, although he's a breath of fresh air, and he's quote unquote more entertaining and eye pleasing, they both just got things about them that separate them from everybody else. I think Keyshawn's energy is just more in tune with what we like. We like to see fisticuffs, right? Being aggressive, physical, mean streak. But I think Shakur just picks and chooses when to do that. Keyshawn is that, he on go, so to speak, right? And I love it, but I just think you really got to watch him, man. You really got to watch him. When he fight, you got to ignore the narratives, and you really got to pay attention to the body of work. Don't look at a couple of fights and be like, yeah, that's that. You look at the entire body of work, you'll see what I'm saying. You'll see what I'm saying. He ain't ducking, no smoke, none whatsoever. Corey and her spawn. Shout out to my dog behind the hands TVs. Keyshawn brother fighting. That kid Albright, yeah, he fighting Nair Albright. I think that's how you say it. Come from the same car score, just more subtle as pros. Yeah, for sure. Right? Keyshawn just uses a ball of energy, just different with it, but definitely, man. Think about who he put in a lot of his work with, regardless of anything they saying. Just think about what who he worked with a lot of times. Roll the clip. Y'all know him, the Clip King. Speaking of the guy. That was funny. I don't know who was rapping on it. That was funny though. That was damn funny, man. That was funny. Shakur and Kier like Riley on Ken. I'm telling you, they are. Just pick your poison, bro. Pick your poison, because that the fact of the matter is, when they win, they usually thoroughly outclass their guy, and I think that's the most impressive part about his game overall. Just in a nutshell, I think just thoroughly outclassing guys and not even making fights be close to the point where all you're gonna do is complain. Oh, this video didn't make sense. I see. It took me a second, Teach. But I caught it while I was still playing. Basically, he's saying you see some of the moves that he was making is running when he do it, but you see other guys do the same shit. It's even deeper. It's a totally different clip with Sugar Ray Leonard, and it kind of explained better what he was saying. That clip explains it though. You know what I mean? It's running depending on who's doing it. You get what I'm saying? Depending on who's doing it. So it took a second though, but I got it. Let's keep rolling, man. Hit that like button. We gonna keep building. Like I said, man, this is this lightweight division is I think picking up. It's very subtle. It is though, because I think guys are getting in good fights, and you got good up and coming guys like Abdullah Mason that's kind of working himself into that contender space where it's good matchups for him to make if he can get those fights. You get what I'm saying? If he can get those fights. Shout out to my guy, C, man. He said, for the good work, I don't want to see your name. C, appreciate the love, homie. Much love in that Cash App, man. Always supporting the grind, man. Much love. Shout out to my guy, C, man. Appreciate you, bro. Yeah, I think
So it's just a matter of who get to who first, man. But I would like to see where these guys end up at, man. I really do, man, because it's going to heat up, man. I want to see some guys mix it up for sure, man. Raymond Moritai is a good fighter out there, and he going that IBF route. His name is in the mix in the conversation, right? He kind of similar. Abdullah Mason is like a step behind where he's at, right? Oh, no, yeah. Now, the song was dumb. Hey, Teach, that song was foolish. That song wasn't on nothing. I was ignoring that. I don't know what that was. Maybe somebody just threw a track up there. Shout out to Ghetto Fab, man. What's good with it? You seen Keyshawn, Shakur, and Hitchens weird on Fight Hype. Yeah, I seen that. He spoke on it briefly. Let me see. I did have a clip where he spoke on it briefly. I didn't want to play the whole thing, but he did speak on it. Let me see if he. Let me see. Did I have it? Do I have it? Do I have it? Hold on.
Yeah, I would fight him. You know what I'm saying? I don't got no problem with fighting boxing Richardson Hitchens. You know what I'm saying? I would. You know, that's pretty cool to me.
Yeah, is that just something that just manifested over the years? That just because I think I've seen you guys like go back and forth a little on Twitter. So I would just.
I mean, honestly, if you want my like just the truth, I put myself into something I should never did. You know what I'm saying? And that's just the facts of the matter. And shit, some things that's my wrong is I can't let shit go. If I see a flaw, I just can't let it go past. I just can't. If I see some flaw, I just can't let it go past. And that's my wrong. You know what I'm saying? So that shit should never be really been on the media. People really should have never even known that I don't like Cuz. You know what I'm saying? But since I've made that mistake, you know what I'm saying? It is what it is. I'm not taking nothing back, and I don't regret anything. You live and you learn from things. But if it comes down to us fighting in the ring, you know what I'm saying? I'm all for it. You know what I'm saying? I'm all for it. You know, I ain't that same guy from Norfolk that like, yo, when I see you, I'm gonna do this down 30 to you. Like, nah, man, niggas mature now. You know what I'm saying? So if you want to fight in the ring, whenever I move up to 140, we can definitely make that happen. Straight like that.
Shout out to Keyshawn Davis, man. Yeah, so look, I seen people talking about that. I really didn't feed into it too much because to know what he talking about, you would have to know what, you know, you would have to be on the inside. And I'm not. So from the outside looking in, I didn't read too much into it because I didn't know where he was going. But man, he gave a little insight there. He kind of spoke on something where he shouldn't have, because I didn't really see the issue with the tweet from Hitchens. But I know that him and Hitchens got some little, you know, back and forth they've been having. You know, they sparred before. You know what I mean? Some sparring footage out there with them, a little clip of them going back and forth. So, I don't know. I guess they really don't like each other. But I think Core just got caught up in the mix of that. But I'm not feeding into that. Like I said, look, go ahead and put yourself in a position to make a fight. I ain't against seeing it. But that's the only way I'm cool with it, right? Y'all start riffing, man. Y'all always remember you can always fight. You get what I'm saying? You can always fight. People will want to see it, you know. So hey, I don't know where it stemmed from, like all together, but you know, with him and Hitchens, it been a little back and forth with them for a while. But if y'all was here, I spoke on this before. I said this was a matter of time, right? Like you get a media anything, they're gonna take it and run with it. So you got people that is itching for them to go back and forth because they say they want to see a fight with them. But you know, I think I seen one of Core recent tweets, and I don't know if it got anything to do with the situation, but it could be because it's real subliminal kind of, right? You know what I mean? So I don't really feed into it, right? I'm not a fan of seeing guys go have public fallouts. Whatever y'all issue is, deal with it. Right. And as far as what he said, right, he addressed the Hitchens part of it, right? And he go up to 140 and he there, they could make a fight. That's where I'm at, right? I don't care about their personal spats, right? If you and Core got an issue to the point where you see him as a guy that you could fight, then that's cool because that'll just be one more good fight for boxing. That's how I see it. So I'm not against seeing them two fight in the actual ring, but I don't want to see them go back and forth on Twitter. You get what I'm saying? That's weak, especially after being locked in for so long. So, now, I mean, I don't know what the issue is behind the scenes, but shout out to my dog because he out there, man. Cord putting in the work, man. He locked in for July 12th. And Keyshawn Davis got June 7th to worry about, man. He ain't, that's small shit, right? So I don't really care about it because a lot of times it's the shit that they be arguing about it don't be having anything to do with boxing. So it ain't really much I could speak on, but I wouldn't be against them fighting if they seen fit to come out here and give us a fight for real and not a sparring match. Hell yeah, I'll be all in. You know what I mean? If y'all got a problem that bad, go see each other about it. You know what I mean? And get paid. So, but other than that, I think it's small stuff, man. It's boxing for you, man. You see this stuff all the time. You know what I mean? But I do think the lightweight division, like I said, is moving slowly in the right direction, man. Roach made himself a contestant at 135. He put himself amongst the mix because he found himself in a rematch with one of the biggest names in the sport, right? So you got that fight happening, a rematch in August, but before that, you got these lightweight fights coming up. Abdullah Mason included, you know what I mean? He's knocking on the door. I know he's chomping at the bit to get his opportunity. So slowly but surely, lightweight division is moving in a good direction. But in order for it to be what we need it to be, we need to see the champions fight. One way or another, we need to start seeing the champions mix it up. I think that's the only way it can get back to the way we used to look at it, right? We need to start seeing the guys mix it up. You know what I mean? Nothing is going to change if we just got, 4 champions in a division and nobody trying to unify or mix it up. So I just hope that, the lightweight division keep moving in the right direction, man. Got it, all the talent in the world. You just got to make the fights. June, July, August. I'm telling you, September, all fire. That's what I'm telling you. And you notice they fight months apart. You got June, you got July, and you got August. They all fighting. You know what I mean? Boom, 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 boom. You know what I mean? Got one of the killers fighting. You get me? Got one of the killers fighting. So I like it, man. I like it. I ain't right. Yeah, man. Somebody listen. I ain't against seeing them get paid and fight. Keyshawn got a lot of enemies. Devin, Hitchens, Tank, T.O. he with it all, man. Youngin with it all, man. he want to put hands on T.O. because he talk too much, right? You get me? Hitchens, they got their back and forth. That'd be a good fight. You know what I mean? And he said Tank said something to him in the DMs. So since then, he felt like they could fight. If he felt like that, he ain't never specified as to what he said to him, but he said I guess it was disrespectful. So he said he'll fight him. You know what I mean, but I just want to see the fights. As far as Tank, I don't know exactly what he want to do. You know what I mean? I'm hearing more retirement talk about Tank Davis speaking about wanting to retire and things like that. So I don't know what he's gonna do, but at least we getting this Lamont Roach rematch. We could look forward to that. You know what I mean? And I think that's the yeah. I'll be knowing, bro. I'll be knowing. Ready to see Plant get back in there this weekend and see how Charlo looks after being off for so long. Yeah, I expect Charlo to win, though. No slight to Thomas Lamana, but unless Charlo fell completely off a cliff, I don't see him losing that fight. Crucial content, what it do? And the game's so deep, can't even post the pics. I be knowing, but good to know that the camp is flowing and things is going according to plan. You know what I mean? I'm ready to see a show, man. Now I mean, with all that hard work putting in, I'm ready to see a show in July. I really am. But in the meantime, in between time, we got this Norfolk native that's ready to shine, bro. And Abdullah Mason is a popular topic. His name keep coming up. Shout out to the boxing voice, Tito Mercado. I had him on the show. Shout out to Tito, man. He been confident since he been on the scene, bro. He's always talked the way he talked. He has some very interesting things to say about Abdullah Mason when asked about him, man. I got to play it for y'all. I got to run the clip for y'all, man. Got to run the clip. I mean, I'm not out. Listen, I would love to see them fight at some point, but he at 40, man, I want to know who Tito won at 40, man. These guys ain't at 40 yet.
What's something you do better than Abdullah Mason in the ring?
Everything.
Abdullah Mason, man, they just hyping that kid up way too much. Like I said, y'all never see me get dropped by no dude with a fucked up haircut like that. That's fucked up the way they did it. They building the kid up. They fighting him with a lot like a 126 pounders. He's looking good, but I'm telling you, once the kid steps up, I don't see him lasting too long. Same thing with the Vargas kid. They're hyping him up way too much. Top rank, taking care of him.
Emiliano or Fernando, which Vargas? There's 3 of them.
Emiliano, Keyshawn, Top rank knows how to take care of their fighters. So once we see him with dangerous fighters, we'll see what really happens.
So you don't like this Keyshawn fight June 7th?
Edwin Santos is coming off a 2-year layoff, man. It's not gonna be a good fight. Maybe 2 years ago probably would have been a good fight, but he's just too long of a layoff. That makes no sense.
What?
Man, Tito came out swinging, didn't he? Tito came out swinging. He said, man, they hyping this Abdullah Mason kid up. He asked him, would he do better than Abdullah Mason in the ring? He said, I do everything better than Abdullah Mason. They hyping him up. He fighting these 126 pounders. You get me? As soon as he get in there with somebody real, it ain't gonna last. He talking that talk. Tito firing high. I tried to get him back on here. He's supposed to come back on here, man. Maybe I gotta reach back out. But he said, you don't see me getting dropped by nobody with no effed up haircuts. You hear me? Tito. Tito came in. Yo, Tito, hold on one more time, y'all. Tito came in hot.
What's something you do better than Abdullah Mason in the ring?
Everything. Abdullah Mason, man, they just hyping that kid up way too much. Like I said, y'all never see me get dropped by no dude with a fucked up haircut like that. That's fucked up the way they did it. They building the kid up. They fighting him with a lot like a 126 pounders. He's looking good, but I'm telling you, once the kid steps up, I don't see him lasting too long. Same thing with the Vargas kid. They're hyping him up way too much. Top rank, taking care of him.
Emiliano or Fernando, which Vargas? There's 3 of them.
He pissed off at everybody.
Top rank knows how to take care of their fighters. So once we see him with dangerous fighters, we'll see what really happens.
So you don't like this Keyshawn fight June 7th?
Edwin Santos is coming off a 2-year layoff, man. It's not gonna be a good fight. Maybe 2 years ago probably would have been a good fight, but he's just too long of a layoff. That makes no sense.
Man, shout out to Tito Mercado. And I know a lot of times when we hear these fighters talk, we take it personal, but he just speaking like a fighter. He's saying what he's supposed to say, right? He's saying what he believed to be true. He been speaking that way for a while. Remember, I talked to him. He's been that confident. He don't waver. He don't stutter. He mean what he say. And look, he's an improving fighter from fight to fight. He's a very strong kid. He can punch. He was one of the guys that got Nakatil out of there, dating filthy. He did Hank Lundy, all types of bad. Right? He's been getting guys up out of there and just winning his fights and doing what he's supposed to do, yo. So he's just confident. If you know how I know, he just won his opportunity, just like the rest of these dudes. He see things the way he see it. Like he done went in. Keyshawn ain't got no chin. Like he talked to me about him like he felt like it was favoritism. Like he got a whole thing. Tito got a bit of a chip on his shoulder, if you ask me, and not a bad chip, right? A competitive, it makes him hungry. Seems like competitive, right? So he gonna talk his shit, and I don't mean we gotta feel that way. Fighters can speak a certain way about other fighters, and I'm gonna respect it because he boxes. That don't mean I gotta feel like Abdullah Mason is hype. I don't feel like he's hype. I feel like it's hype surrounding his name, but I feel like it's for good reason because people are excited with the product that they're seeing in the ring. But you can tell that Tito Mercado been watching him and doing some homework because he highlighted about bringing up them smaller guys and beating them up, which is some truth to that. But I don't think Abdullah is nothing to play with. I don't think he's shown a lack of skill, talent, or hunger in the ring. He's being put in there in fights where he can develop and grow. When you got that much talent, you want to develop it the right way. And if I don't think I'm misspeaking, that's what you're saying with Abdullah Mason. That's how do you get what I'm saying? What do you do when you got a talent that good? You hone the talent, you develop it the right way, right? You nurture that talent and make sure you can get the most out of that guy. And that's what they're saying. They don't want to rush him, right? You don't want to rush him, even though he check all the boxes and he look like he can handle his own right now. But I think they're going to develop him the right way. So when they do step him up, as they continue to move him and challenge him, he's going to be ready for those challenges. And when they put him in position, he looked like a guy that's going to be a champion for a long time, man. He looked like he got that kind of talent to me. That's what he got. Like, it's just a matter of time and opportunity and experience for this kid. I'm telling you, I think it's a bright future, man. I really don't think it's just hype. I think it's deeper than that. I think people really looking at. Then you see how young he is. Once upon a time, Tito was young as hell up on the scene too, and sparking guys out and making his name. But he's you know, he's had an interesting path. But if you watch Tito Mercado's career, he's making the most out of his opportunities, beating guys up, stopping these dudes when they don't belong in there with him. He getting them up out of there. You know what I'm saying? He getting them up out of there. Tito trying, that's what he doing, right? He keeping his name alive. He calling everything out. He don't care where you at, 35, 40, like, bro, I'll fight you. You know what I'm saying? I listen, I love it, yo. I love it because what are you supposed to do as a fighter? You know what I mean? You putting in the same work that you feel like these other guys are putting in. So when given the opportunity, you're gonna talk your stuff, and he's supposed to. You're gonna talk your shit. You got to. You know what I mean? Closed mouths don't get fed. You got to put his name in the conversation. Not too many people would be actively talking that way about Abdullah Mason. You'll hear people mention him a time or two. You heard the Schofields speak how they speak, but you seen when it came time to put that pen to paper, you see they didn't take the fight. You get me? And don't give me no BS about the money wasn't good. That wasn't the case. You just know that challenge on the other side was real. Y'all said this kid ain't had no chin. He couldn't deal with y'all. Y'all had to take it easy on him. And all this different stuff. He couldn't go rounds of sparring. You would have thought they would have took that fight. So I think that was a testament to how dangerous they really know he is, bro. They know that dude ain't nothing to play with. That's all. Abdullah Mason is a young, hungry talent. And you another youngin coming up, you better have your shit together because that dude is well schooled. And I'm telling you, better fight him now. You better fight him sooner than later. Is he gonna continue to get better? That's what I think Mike Bay would do, homie. Said Ryan News, that's why Devin don't have to rematch that con because the fight went to no contest. His performance BS excuse, and he have a right hand. Yeah, I hear he has some issues with his right hand. Ryan Garcia. Tito said they all ducking him. Yeah, Tito ain't beat, bro. Yeah, Tito ain't playing no favors. He wants smoke. All these other top fighters, but since signing with Matchrooms, fighting 36-year-old, 35-year-old playing Matchroom half form. That's a great question, Doug. And I would love to know too, because, you know, with all due respect to everything he said, his energy, his call outs, I think he'll fight everybody that he mentioned. But I do wonder what's the actual plan and who is it at 140 that he won. And the reason why I say that, because I remember when he was calling Shakur out and they asked him about it. And, you know, Eddie Hearn acknowledged it. Like, I hear you calling him out, but like, who you won at 140? And he put that on the table. And I think he ended up saying Hitchens or something to that effect. And that's good. I like to hear shit like that. Like these dudes at 140, because you look dangerous up there. You like a big guy, big kid, and he can punch. He's strong. He hungry. I just want to see him get the opportunity he's looking for. You know what I'm saying? I want to see just how good he is. Some people don't think he's that good, but I don't knock him. You know what I'm saying? I think he's an improving talent. I think he's one of those dudes, you know, that's developing, and as he continue to get the experiences, he's just going to get more confident and better. And, you know, he looking for a step up. So, shit, I love to see him fight one of them young talents and not one of them older guys. Don't mess with Texas. What it do, homie? So you got a new phone. Shout out to my dog. What's good with it, bro? He said, Tito move to 47. Put Jalil on him. Another good fight, bro. Another good fight. I think it's Eddie not trying to put the bag behind him. He making him earn his keep. You know, it could be a number of things, right? I would just only speculate, right? I don't know. But look, I like him as a talent. One thing, the difference between me and a lot of people, I don't take what the fighters say to another fighter or about another fighter personal. He's speaking how he's supposed to. He's supposed to be confident. You know, he's supposed to highlight what he think is a weakness or, like he said, top rank take care of their guys. But I mean, let's talk about that for a second. Is that a bad thing? It's not necessarily a bad thing. You get what I'm saying? Like, how do you treat talent, right? How do you grow talent, right? You got to develop it, right? You got to build it. You know what I'm saying? Put guys in the right situations, the right fights to learn, get experience, to get better, to improve, right? I think that's what Top Rank does. They do a very good job at developing their fighters early on. And I think a lot of people highlight it, but they almost speak on it as if it's a bad thing. Now, I think putting your fighters in the best position possible is a good thing. Like a lot of people, not Keyshawn Davis, but I always say this stuff. If you just look at his body of work and you look at a guy with the same number of fights in his division, the shit don't even be close. So if he ain't doing nothing at all, imagine what the average fighter is doing. He's not fighting a bunch of guys with losing records and things like that. Trash fighters, right? He's fighting experienced guys and he getting rid of them, getting them up out of there. So, you know what I mean? Now he finds himself being a champion with what, 13 fights in. So I don't know. It's hard to knock that body of work. So I think Top Rank do got a handle on growing and developing their talent. They really do. They can get you there. But I think that's the same for anybody, though, right? Everybody, you know, to a degree, got to develop their fighters. You don't just wake up and start fighting champions out the gate, right? You know what I'm saying? You got to be developed. And sometimes I think fighters criticize one another for going through the same processes that they themselves are going through, right? Being developed and nurtured as talent, right? You got to, you know what I mean? Put guys in different matchups, different fights, you know, step them up, you know what I mean, accordingly and see what you got. And that's what's going on with Tito. I want to see how good he is. He won a title shot. I mean, everybody do, but shit, let's see it, man. I'm always interested to see him fight because the kid is talented. I can figure yeah, that's brutal. That's gonna follow them for the rest of their career. Top Rank should make Tiger versus Pete Dobson. Pete Dobson. Yeah, Pete Dobson is a guy that's gonna give you some tough rounds, bro. He gonna hang around. He ain't a guy that you just gonna get rid of with ease. You know what I'm saying? He ain't a guy you're gonna get rid of real easy. Not at all. But I like the different. I like these matchups, man. Let's see who makes the best statement, man, out of these fights. I mean, from June to August, even September, right? Let's see who make. But more importantly, June, July, and August, because that's the lightweight division in a nutshell for the most part. I mean, Raymond Muay fought not too long ago, right? Went out there and did what he normally do, handle business. So I don't know. I want to see who's gonna really make this statement, man. It's a lot of talk about how good Keyshawn gonna look versus De Los Santos versus how Shakur looked against him. I'm not really thinking like that when I see the fight because I just know they're two different guys. Circumstances and situation is different, and this is De Los Santos. It could be his final crack at a title, man. You know how this go. He getting his 2 title shots back to back, and his one off a loss and a layoff. So he got to make good on this. I know, like I said, as a man and a fighter, you got to be motivated to win because this should have changed everything. This should have changed everything for you. Now you're a world champion. You done beat an undefeated guy coming up that was expected to be one of them guys. And you'll be cooking with grease. One fight to get you way back in the game. And it'll be a title opportunity. You'll be a champion after this if you win. You can't tell me that dude ain't going to try to knock Keyshawn's head off. I know he motivated. I know he ain't just tall. I know he confident. You see it in his face. I know it got to be pressure on him to perform better than he did the last time we seen him. He can't want to go out there and piss and shit to bed again. He got to show up. You know what I'm saying? He don't got no choice. He got to show up. You get what I'm saying? Winning is definitely the ultimate goal, but you can't afford a piss poor performance, let alone a loss. So there's pressure there. Keyshawn, there's always going to be pressure. Every fight is going to be a big fight when you undefeated. You fighting at home, right? You calling for the smoke. You seeking guys out. You ain't taking the lighter touches, so to speak, right? You trying to challenge yourself. That could go wrong, right? You know what I'm saying? That could go wrong. It's pressure for him to perform at home again and do what he say he's going to do. He talking about knocking De Los Santos' ass out. You know what I'm saying? He said he been talking too much. He pissing me off, man. He said but keep on talking though. So you see him ripped up in the gym. He definitely putting in the work. You get what I'm saying? I'm sure De Los Santos on his end is putting in work because it's gonna be eyes gonna be on him to see how he look after this layoff. I'm telling you, with an injury, people gonna be looking to see if you look like the same type of fighter, and if you really gonna come out here and take chances. Now, look, you ain't take chances the way you said you would against Shakur, who was injured and is not the quote unquote puncher that Keyshawn is, right? So with Keyshawn being more of a puncher, are you gonna be more willing to take chances, or is that gonna keep you honest? Right? That's a real question. You know what I mean? An injured guy was able to keep you honest with movement and feints most of the night and jabs, bro. Think about that. Let's not forget, Keyshawn is gonna be you're gonna be working with a full arsenal.
This dude is expected to be at 100%. You see the kind of shape he look like. He ain't like he could fight tonight if he needed to, right? He ready to go. So both guys got, you know, questions to answer. You know what I mean? Different pressure on both guys for different reasons. You know what I'm saying? But I think it's real on both sides. You know what I'm saying? If you De Los Santos, where do you go with a loss? Especially if you get knocked the hell out. You know what I mean? If you get knocked out in the process, where do you go? You gotta go take your ass back to the drawing board for real. You Keyshawn Davis, man. You ain't trying to lose. Hey, man, DB3 kicking off, man. You shining the light bright on your city. You get what I'm saying? Everybody speaking highly of you. You bringing the who's out. You get what I'm saying? We see you posting up with Mike Vick. We see you in the videos. AI, like you. Hey, man, you bringing the rappers out. You in a really, really unique, genuine space right now, and you did it with less than 15 fights as a professional, bro. This is impressive. You got pressure on you to perform. You the head. You at the forefront of DB3. Hey, man, and you the main event. So people looking for you to stand tall. You know what I mean? It's your city. You got to show out. D-Luck, I like Abdullah Mason, but it's too soon. Shout out to D-Luck. Favorite G's, what's good, homie? How you feeling? Tell you what's good. What happened to Brandon Lee? I think he just got a degree or graduated. So I don't want to be wrong. I think Brandon Lee just did something good with school, if I'm not mistaken. I think he was doing something with school. I don't want to be wrong. I think he did, though, recently. Brandon Lee. Plus first title defense. Yeah, first title defense and it's homecoming. You know, them things go wrong for people. Y'all remember Jared Hurd them years ago when he had that homecoming, that hometown. Wasn't that Jared? Was that Jared Hurd? Believe that had the homecoming and lost? You get what I'm saying? Like that. Yeah, his bachelor's degree. I was right. Appreciate you, Dub. Yeah, got his bachelor's degree. Shout out to Brandon Lee, man. I think key about the box for 12. The KO talk is the set of the fight, in my opinion. Now I get you. Hey, look, I think he really believe it though, Jordan. I do. The KO stuff. I just think he gonna be smart about it. He gotta be. But I think he gonna look to knock this dude out. He just ain't gonna be stupid about it. But he definitely gonna box. You know what I mean? I don't think he gonna force it. If it come or if he can create it, he gonna go for it. But I don't think he gonna go out of his way or anything like that to try to get the knockout. I definitely think he want to cook him. And just from a competitive standpoint, you know, I know he want to, you know, natural competition. They comparing this fight. They want to see who's going to do better. He like, this different over here. I ain't Shakur. You know what I mean? Some people take that as a slight, but that's just the truth. He ain't Shakur. Whether you want to look at it as a good thing or a bad thing, he not. They're different fighters. Got some things that they do similar, but, you know, they much different fighters at the same time. But, yeah, I do. That's what I think he'll do. You know what I'm saying? I think he'll go like he's very patient. He got real good vision, timing, and things like that. And I love his punch placement, bro. I love his punch placement and his body attack. When he firing on all cylinders, that dude go into your body on both sides, and he start mixing it up, man. I love the way he put his punches together when he start cooking. You know what I'm saying? So I love watching. Yeah, Jared Hurd, it was, right? Yeah, it was. Jared Hurd lost to J-Rock in that homecoming. J-Rock lost to Rosario in his homecoming. You get me? You get me? Back to back. It's not, yo. Shit can go wrong. That's all I'm saying. So as much as we want to look at it, oh, he 18 months out and it should be easy. No, it shouldn't, bro. No, it shouldn't. No, it shouldn't, man. Shit, this is still a fight. Like, you can't just expect the guy to be bad. Yeah, you could probably say some ring rust. I think that's fair because of the inactivity. But I think as the rounds go, he'll be all right. He's young. He's still fresh as hell. You know what I'm saying? He don't got a lot of wear and tear on him. He is coming back off of, you know, a bit of a health scare, if I could say that. But he's saying he's going to be good to go. So, again, homecomings go bad for guys, bro. You get me? You guys, a lot they be having to worry about. Is Keyshawn being a new champion, has he, you know, crossed all his T's and dotted his I's, right? Or is there still a lot on his plate? Or do we have people in place to kind of alleviate the pressures and the things that you worry about where he could just focus on camp, right? Not saying that that's not the case, but I'm just saying it's a real thing, man. You just not a guaranteed win. These homecomings can go a number of different ways. Yeah, you got your people in front of you, and that could cause you to make a mistake trying to impress, right? But I think if if I'm gauging Keyshawn's temperament the right way, man. He don't let the moment get away from him, right? You know what I mean? The moment don't get bigger than him, right? Going out there handling his business. So I think, you know, it'll be business as usual, man. I think he'll go out there looking to be smart, but having it in the back of his mind that he do want to put on the show. So I think you're going to see him take chances. I think the opportunities will be there as he continue to work. But I think the first few rounds, you're going to see him taking his time, as he should. You know, De Los Santos will be fresh. You don't want to run into nothing. You know what I mean? Be crazy out there. You just want to put on a good show. You know what I mean? I could see De Los Santos trying to have some moments, but overall, I just think, you know, the levels in there should show. And I think Keyshawn is on a different one. And being more active and obviously fighting more talented guys on a more consistent basis will do wonders for him, right? But not too many people resumes going to read, especially in back-to-back that you got Shakur and Keyshawn Davis. So got a lot of respect for De Los Santos and what he's attempting to do. You know what I mean? Fighting the quote-unquote unofficial brother of Shakur Stevenson. There's a story there. Could he do better than the brother, right? Or you know what I mean? Can he actually show that there's levels apart between the two fighters and dealing with Keyshawn, right? Because he's gonna have to stand on that. Keep saying that his levels apart, they're levels apart, and they're different fighters, things like that. But are you gonna be able to handle what Keyshawn is bringing to the table? You know what I'm saying? My busy schedule leading up to Crawford versus Canelo in September. Yeah, DV3, Troy, yeah. Avius Griffin, Jake Paul Carr, and Lester Martinez on Pro Box. Yeah, he cooking too, man. Shout out to Bo Mac. Von D, what it do? Shouldn't underestimate De Los Santos. Irvin Mack, what it do? Yeah, that's the thing, though. I don't think he's underestimating De Los Santos, but De Los Santos seems to think that he's so many levels below Shakur. Could be a chance that he could be, you know what I mean, underestimating. You know what I mean? I don't think Bo Mac going to allow it, right? Bo Mac understands that every fight is a challenge and you got to prepare and put that work in. And I think that's just what you get overall from that team, right? You just, they hard work. They put in a lot of work. And he look like he's ready to go. When it comes to game planning and strategizing, man, Bo Mac is up there with the absolute best of them. You know what I mean? Figuring out flaws and having his fighter exploit them. I think he's really, really good at that. And he got a real solid team, man, and they just get it done over there. One of them Trevor Josh should fight Kyron. Davis and Troy. Interesting, man. Ain't mad at that. Not too many get back. Yeah, back-to-back chances for title. Facts forever, G's. They don't. So that's what I'm saying. That motivation is something that we can't measure on paper, right? There's no measurement for that. How motivated that he truly will be for this opportunity, man. Like, and a lot of these guys come from nothing. So to be getting this shot, like the last thing you want to do is go back to the drawing board with a loss. And the devastating loss are really another bad loss back to back. You know, boxing is tough. We write you off very fast. You know what I'm saying? Very fast. So he ain't playing with house money. This a real opportunity that he got to make the most of. You know what I mean? But definitely, is he a live dog? Absolutely. He can box. Man has skill. He has talent. Anything can happen in a fight. But I just think the more active, you know, highly skilled, more talented fighter is Keyshawn. And it should show. Should be a good fight as long as it lasts, though. TJ Duhaney and Tim Zhu have back-to-back chances at a world title, right? And you know them joints hit different, man. You just don't want to lose. You don't. So that's what he dealing with. A motivated, hungry guy that come from nothing that's looking to prove that his last fight wasn't him, right? De Los Santos' explanation is, you know, Shakur didn't come to fight. So it was hard to make contact with him because he didn't come to fight. He ain't keep it real about not cutting off the ring and at times being back down too and wasn't really taking the chances that he should have been taking. So he wasn't completely honest. So it makes me wonder going into this fight, you go out there, you get what I'm saying? You're going to have an excuse for what you shouldn't have no excuse for the way Keyshawn fights you is what I'm saying. So he should give you more of what you want. Let's see what you're able to do with a guy that is from a strategy and game plan standpoint will give you more of what you want, right? As far as fighting, you being there, being available for more of a engaging fight. Let's see what you're able to do. You know what I'm saying? Let's see what you're able to do with it. And Pacquiao returns with another 3 or 4 year run. Here you go. Damn, you think so? Sheesh. Man, hell no. He lucky to even be making this fight, to be perfectly honest with you. But listen, shout out to Pacquiao, man. He's a hell of a warrior, man. But every fight for him, especially at the age of 46, is dangerous when he ain't been in the professional ring, you know, since 2021. And we seen that fight with Ugas. It was bad. So I don't think he got another 3-4 run in him. You know what I'm saying? That's going to be extremely tough. Think about the division he'd be competing in, right? Hypothetically, right? He competing Barrios' title. That's 47. Could you imagine him in there with Boots? Or Brian Norman right now? Whew, woo, woo, woo. You get what I'm saying? Shoot, it'd be really bad. It'd be some bad matchups just because of the age, and Father Time is undefeated. That's all. Old school, what it do? But we talking about a prime Pacquiao, or not even necessarily prime, just a little bit out of it in a different situation. But I think the guy that Ugas beat, we got to worry about him being even further removed from that guy, and that guy didn't look too good. You get me? So it's tough, man. It's really tough. It's really tough, man. And with Manny, you know, relying on athleticism and movement and things like that to, you know, that's his style. Without those things being compromised to a degree where, you know, you just can't be you no more. You know what I'm saying? It's going to make the fights a lot tougher for you to deal with. You find these young, hungry-ass lines. Like, make no mistake, whether people feel like he's going to win this fight or not, I think Barrios is a dangerous fight for him. That dude's going to be a big body in the ring. 6 foot. I think he listed that. It's going to be the tallest dude he fought since Margarito, I believe. And I think he might be a bit taller than Margarito. So it's an interesting matchup to take at 46 years old. But, I mean, shit. Shout out to Manny. You know what I mean? Shout out to the Filipino community, man. They're going to be pulling for their guy. They think Manny got one more hoorah left in him. So we going to find out, but it's going to be tough, bro. You're going to have a tough time. You're going to have a tough time getting that done, bro. Murphy, not going to be easy. Manny at 47, 3 to 4 years. Whew, hell no. Speaking of 47, man, shout out to Josh Taylor, who had fought this past weekend, man. And, man, I gotta say, man, Josh Taylor, I think he did the right thing by calling it a career, man. He just don't look like the same guy. He looks very vulnerable. And with that performance that he had this weekend, I just don't see him competing at that elite level no more. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes that's the thing with boxing, like their windows is such a small window, and you have to take advantage of it. Those long breaks, those pitfalls, you know, taking your eye off the ball, getting laxed. Once that stuff happens, and it seemed like that's what happened, he over-celebrated and it came back. He just wasn't quite the same fighter. And I think the writing is on the wall for him now. You know what I'm saying? He just didn't look good again. See, he started good, and that's usually how it looked for him, but just can't finish the fights the way he used to. Cut Creator was good with it. Yeah, I hope he don't have to eat no damn porridge again, but shout out to Josh Taylor. There's a small clip from him.
Yeah, no, I'm feeling okay. I'm fine. I'm not sore or in pain or anything, you know. Just a little bit disappointed, a little bit gutted, you know. Obviously with the result. You know, I'm a winner at heart. I'm super competitive. So, I am devastated, gutted, you know, but it is what it is, you know, and that's sort of why I jumped out the ring at the end of the fight. I didn't want to get the press, the interview right after the fight with the way I was feeling. Didn't want to end up saying something that I ended up regretting. But at the same time, I should have stood there and thanked everybody for coming and my support, you know, because the support I've received and have had for the last 10 years in the home and the arena and the hydro they make, the atmosphere that they make, it means the world to me, the support that they give me, you know, and how they make me feel when I accomplish things, and the amount of messages that I get and stuff in the leads up to fights and things like that. So I just want to take the opportunity to apologise for doing that. As I said, I didn't want to say anything live on TV that I would maybe end up regretting. You know, there's been fighters in the past that I've done it in the interview, in the ring, and had meltdowns, and it just doesn't look good. So I apologise for all the fans that have come out and supported me and gave me support for the last 10 years for doing that, but that was my reason for behind it. I just didn't want to end up saying something that I would regret. So again, it's just like, you know, just congratulations to Echo and his team, you know. He fought a good fight, we had a great fight, and obviously I would love to do it again.
Yeah, there was some talks about him retiring or something, but maybe he'll stick around. But it is, man, 47. If that's what you're looking like at 47, bro, your success is gonna be short-lived and limited, man. You won't be competing for titles and things of that nature. So if you're completely cool with being a kind of a middle of the pack kind of guy, then so be it. But respect to Josh Taylor because he had a mean run. On his way to Undisputed. He had a mean run, bro. He had a mean run. He did his thing all the way up until it seemed like he took that break, I think it was, or something like that, and came back. And it seemed like he was just, you know, when he was all big and overweight, and Crawford, I think that's when he had met Crawford in between. Crawford was saying he don't know how the hell he making 140. He got all big. It's like he over-celebrated, lax. It's like to a degree he did everything that you could set out to do at his division, right? He had every single belt. And I don't know what it's like the motivation wasn't the same. And his performances reflected it. And it's like he had a hell of a run. So if this the last time we see him, which is probably not, you hear him talking about he want to do it again. I thought he was retiring, but maybe not. So again, man, I don't think that's a fight that was won. You know, it wasn't no fluke to me. I think the Echo really did his thing. Yeah. Tough, strong he is, yo. He showed it. I had a feeling that was going to be an interesting fight with Josh Taylor. I mean, I was wondering what he win, and he didn't. Got robbed for Undisputed. Yup, he got it took for him. Trey Duck was good with it. Yeah, he had a hell of a run. Until when ain't looking too good. Bumps and bruises, best in boxing. Yeah, he's a dog, man. But just ain't the same guy. He just don't pull the trigger the same way. Look like he a bit, you know, it's like a step behind where he used to be, step or two. I don't know. It's odd. It's odd, but I don't know what it is. But shout out to Josh Taylor. He had a mean run at 140. He did, and he was putting them wins together back to back to back to back. So I respect it. Hey, sometimes, man, you just get old in boxing, and you never know. That's why you gotta. You got to push, man. When you surge, you just got to keep going, bro. You know what I'm saying? You got to keep going because you never know when that window start to close, and he clearly is not a prime Josh Taylor anymore. I think it's fair to say that, even with his opponent being good, but he just ain't at the level that he once was either. And welterweight ain't going to do him no favors. It's not going to get easy up there. So crazy now. Catterall moved up to 47 to fight Harlem Eubank. Here we go with another one, Dub. Let's see what Catterall can do. He even looking a little certain way. So let's see what he can do. Sworn Abel Mendoza and the Suspicious Dudes fight. Right. The only fight for his Catterall trilogy with the ball in this court. Yeah, I don't know what Taylor gonna do, but like I said, shout out to him, man. He gave us some really good fights, and he had a mean run. Even though I think Regis should have got the nod, but I ain't tripping because it was that kind of fight. It was a really close fight. Really, really close fight. Really, really close fight. But we'll see. But let's keep rolling, man. Hit that like button for me. We're gonna keep building, man. Another fight that's on its way and brewing. And a lot of people are talking about is this fight between Kid Austin and Tevin Farmer. And some are asking, is this fight too soon for Kid Austin, and will he make it to the fight? And a lot, we obviously know why we asking if he's gonna make it to the fight, because after that debacle with Shakur, I mean that was possibly one of the worst ways to not make it to a fight. that I've ever seen in my entire life watching boxing. That was bogus at its best. I ain't even got to rehash all of the different things they said. We all know he was here for it. I like this fight for him. I think this could kind of put some separation between him and that terrible situation that was, you know, whatever he got sick with. We still don't really know the full story behind that. And that's what I'm saying. That's the part that's frustrating about the situation that got me kind of like questioning things, right? We still don't know what the hell happened to this day, bro. We don't know what happened. Why is it some type of top secret as to what happened to him? I would like to be made aware, like what the hell? Like, I think the boxing public deserved that because of all of the things that we were told leading up to this fight. You get what I'm saying? But for you to say that, oh, it was cream and the masseuse, and then it wasn't the cream, but we got the paperwork. The paperwork is out there. Y'all got to go to the hospital. I don't know if y'all remember that. Bro told us to go to the hospital. Like, we going to go to the hospital. They're going to give us his records. How you going to tell us to go to the hospital and check? Bro told call the hospitals or something like that. Call the police stations for the police report. Bro, what? So now we got to do detective work? Absolutely not, bro. Like, is he sick or not? Like, and if he did, what happened? Like, you know, on all seriousness, all jokes aside, no joking matter. Like, what happened to the youngin? That was wild. Like, for everything to be going good and for you to just fall that ill to the point where the British Border Control had to pull you out the fight, it had to be something, right? Outside of y'all control. So I'm trying to level with him, but we can't even get what actually happened to the kid, the youngin. So it's weird. Tell a good name for Blair Cobb. Damn, you throwing him to Blair Z. Early prediction, I got Schofield over Farmer. Yeah, look, I think Schofield, I think Farmer will give Schofield some interesting rounds. I think he'll give him a good test, but I think ultimately Kate Austin is the same things that'll probably put him in a position to lose other fights will probably be the reason he could win this one. Being a more youthful, a busier guy, right? He could be Tevin Farmer, probably, you know what I'm saying? He probably, with the work rate, probably can outwork him or something to that nature. But I think he'll edge him. I don't think he'll stop him though. If he stop him, I'll be impressed. But I think he can win the fight on points. My question is how will he make it look? Will it be clean? Will it be disciplined? Or will his dad be having those moments like he was having against Rene Garone in the corner, losing his damn mind? You know what I'm saying? That's what I want to see. Yeah, will he make it to the fight? We'll see. Sunchild, you get me? But I'm with you there. I think Schofield will pull it off. I have nothing at all against him. He's not no trash fighter. Tevin Farmer is a vet. You know, he's the vet in this situation. He's been in there, been around the block. He's a very motivated guy. He's a dude that's going to get in there and go. Like, you're going to have to beat him. Like, you know, he forces Zepeda had to beat him, right? Zepeda had to fight. Tevin Farmer made it that kind of fight. He ended up dropping him and hurting him pretty good in the second fight. So Tevin Farmer is of the belief that it might be a little too early for the youngin, you know? He might think the youngin is a little too soon. You know what I'm saying? He said, I know bullshit. Said that brother was sick. Yeah, crucial, like Irvin Mack. What it do? And I'm trying to stall him out. You know what I mean? Said Blair gonna whoop someone's ass before he retires. He might. I was from cutting weight. Will beat Farmer in a questionable win. Could be. Like, that's the thing. How will the win look? Stopping Farmer's down there impossible. Dude got that haggle chin. He got a beard, don't he, Rosia? Got a damn good beard. And it's crazy because the one that did stop him was Pedraza back in the day, early. You know what I mean? Early in his career. Pedraza got to stop. As a matter of fact, Tevin Farmer, I think, spoke on this.
See, I was trying to play it cool. Just train, see you at the fight type thing. I was never the type to get on Instagram and talk shit or Twitter or anything. But you Schofield boys that made it real personal because y'all just talking too much. And people sending me interviews of y'all talking shit like crazy. And then it's personal now. I feel bad. And bro, I ain't Renee. That pressure he put on you, you turn your back? Don't do that shit with me. I ain't none of these niggas you used to. I'm a different type of animal. I'm from Philly. I'm a different animal, my boy. Oh my gosh.
I could announce it now. It's official. Schofield versus Farmer. For real, for real. And it's going down. Y'all can't front like this not going to be a good fight. And y'all can't front like my son ain't stepping up. Having fought since November, now going straight in the ring with a 2-time world champion. And don't act like Farmer fights with Zepeda wasn't close. Like that first one he didn't win. And like that second one wasn't real close. But either way, we stepping up. We fighting a good champion, a person that can really box. And y'all got to put respect on the names of these two fighters. Y'all can't act like this a whack-ass fight. But the bottom line, see y'all in June. Stay tuned. We got to take care of this one, then on to the next. Thank you, Oscar. Thank you so much for doing your job and keeping your word. Peace.
Said he's sleeping kid, and he said they sleeping Farmer and 5. Farmer said, look, I ain't none of these other ninjas, B. I ain't none of them. You know what I mean? You got your work cut out for you. That pressure that Renee Garone was putting on you, bro, you turning your back. Said, don't do that with me, man. You hear me? Don't do that with me, man. So, look, it's a good fight for the young kid, man. It could be considered a step-up fight. Tevin Farmer probably be one of the more experienced guys, if not the most experienced guy, possibly that he's fought to date. Definitely the most notable, I would say, right? I think so. You know what I'm saying? And Tevin Farmer's a live dog. He got a wealth of experience. The young kid has youth. It'll be youth versus experience. That's really what it is. How much how much tread do we still got left on them tires? You know what I'm saying? He had some grueling fights with Zepeda, back to back. You get me? But he already saying he ready to go. He was saying it. So, look, they gave him the fight. Oscar made this fight happen. And you know what's crazy? I feel like they could have saved themselves a lot of the embarrassment or a lot of time by even chasing the Shakur thing and just going a route that they was going to go. Because just listen to this. Y'all went through all of this stuff just not to fight Shakur. Then you get offered the Abdullah Mason fight. You don't take that. Just to do what Oscar initially had planned to begin with. This is what he initially tried to tell y'all from the gate. He told y'all he had a plan for y'all and he could get you the experience and get you the title shot without the risk of you taking a loss because you were inexperienced. He said this stuff to you. Y'all put this stuff out publicly is how I know. So it's like y'all did all of that and wasting your time. And I'm not big on saying guys' stocks taking a hit. But if it was ever a such thing, his had to take a hit. Like, it's like, you know, it's like $100 bill. Somebody had, you got to hold it up to the light now to see if they're official, right? We got to see, we holding y'all up under the light, looking like trying to make sure y'all official, bro. Like the way you've been moving. And it's like your son is a victim of it. Like I said, you limit the engagement that he can get because you're blocking people that put up any resistance to the wild, bogus claims that you make. And it's a wild situation to watch unfold, but I'm still supporting the guy, blocked or not. I think he's a very, very young, talented, hungry young fighter. It's about honing the talent and sharpening the skills, smoothing out those rough edges and getting better and being a more complete fighter, right? And not this guy that just jump in and you get what I'm saying? Like not relying so heavily off your athleticism, right? I want to start seeing him win fights because of the IQ alone, right? Start really outsmarting guys, setting traps in. You know what I mean? Because he got talent and skill to work with, fast, quick. He got power, obviously, a strong kid. He worked hard as hell. I know he coachable, but it's all who you allowing to coach him, right? Is he getting better from fight to fight because is he being taught the right things? These are not things I want to question, but these are questions I had because there was so many people confused thinking Ronnie Shields was his coach. And I'm like, see, that's the confusion that y'all allow to exist because the places and positions you put yourself in. And then we go and see you perform and we like, hey, that's not a Ronnie Shields investment. That's not a Ronnie Shields product. It's not at all, not by far. So I just want to see the kid keep getting better and getting his opportunities. But it seemed like they were cool with wasting everybody's time just to do what Oscar said do in the beginning. Now you thinking Oscar when you could have just sat still and just waited
waited y'all time respectfully instead of wasting people's time. You get me? You didn't even have to go through all of this. You didn't have to go through not making it to the Shakur fight, the crazy ass wild build up with all the claims and accusations. You didn't have to go through getting offered the Abdullah Mason fight just not to take it, getting the same money that you would have got to fight Shakur and then asking for double that damn near. You get what I'm saying? There's a lot of moves that you're making that's don't seem beneficial just to end up doing what the promoter had planned for you in the beginning. So it seemed like you taking a step back or maybe even two. It might be a good thing for this situation, bro. I'm rooting for the kid. I ain't against him at all, but that shit you did, I don't never want to see no fight get built up all bogus ass lies all the way to the end. You went down swinging with a bogus masseuse lady magical cream lie. That was crazy. And you were cool with it. And still to this day, we don't know what happened to the man. He just a mysterious sickness. That's crazy. Anybody else, Virgil Ortiz, it's crazy because when Virgil Ortiz was going through what he was going through with the rhabdo, people was questioning that. That's crazy. They were questioning that, and this shit was documented, right? That this dude was having issues. And with this guy, here on the other hand, you had all of these things to say, and it's like to top it off for your final act, you pulled a damn disappearing act, a no call, no show. You didn't even show up. You know, left the man damn near at the altar with no date, bro. Like, it's crazy. So I'm interested to see how you're going to approach this fight and build and create separation from that debacle and the turning down the Abdullah Mason smoke that you said was an easy fight for y'all, and the kid didn't have a chin and y'all had to take it easy on him. You did all of that. Now you here fighting Tevin Farmer, who gave, you know, Williams Zepeda all he can handle. You know what I'm saying, in those two fights. So let's see if he's able to push kid to the brink. You know what I'm saying? Let's see if he's able to cause some problems over there. Big Tex, what it do, homie? You get what I'm saying? Tim Layton, what it do, homie? So that's what I want to see. You get what I'm saying? That y'all looking funny in the light, and it ain't cool, bro. Like we trying to support y'all for real. Good. That dude is a likable kid. You like when he talk, you let him talk. He seemed bashful and shy, but I think some of that is because he's not allowed to talk without being interrupted enough. And when he is, hey man, I like to listen to the young and speak, man. You know. Young and be having.
And do you guys care as well because you want that Tank fight coming up soon? Because that makes the fight with you and Tank all the better if he stays.
Like I said, I want all of them. You know, if I get to fight Tank for the belt, thank you. You know, I would love to beat the boogeyman. But, you know, if I got to go through Zepeda or Shakur, go through everybody else to get a title, that's perfectly fine. You know, whoever they match me up with, I'm always be ready.
Whenever they match him up with, he gonna always be ready. That's what the youngin saying. Yeah, it's weird, bro. So just gotta let the youngin be a youngin. You know what I mean? Yeah, let the youngin be a man, should I say? You know what I mean? I know his name Kid Austin, but you gotta allow him to be a man, so he ain't really gotta be a kid. We cool with the nickname, but we want to see him grow up right in front of our eyes. And he in the hurt business, so I think he should be allowed to answer more of his questions without the interruptions. He should be the ones interacting with his fans, man. You should be. You got people that really rock with you. I think it's weird to not interact with nobody that supports you. I ain't trying to hear it. You know what I mean? And allowing your dad to do it and block people that really rock with you is weird, even more weird. So, like I said, man, it's just all about growth and development with that kid, man. That's the only thing that can stop him, because when you work that hard, I mean, you always give yourself a good chance to win any fight, right? You put in the work. There's no shortage of hard work coming from that side of things, right? And I can rock with it. So allow that shit to shine and not you being more the mouthpiece. I don't think you need to be the mouthpiece in this situation. I think you had your chance. I think it didn't go well with the fans. And I think they off you. Now, they need to hear more of the kids speaking. I think we can rock with it. He said making the same look bad. Nah, I feel you. I mean, I've heard some very unpleasing things said about them as a team, but I'm here as a fight fan. I'm trying to support the talent that is Kid Austin. I think he got some stuff to work with. He obviously talented. He you know what I'm saying? He live in the gym. Is, you know what I mean? You just got to continue to put him in the right position. And I think chasing fool's goal is not it, right? You notice the fights that fall out, it end up being some type of public spat or like They start revealing too much information, and then the fight end up not coming to fruition. You start focusing on money too much, then the fight don't happen. Start talking that money shit with Abdullah Mason, and the fight don't happen. Right now, you got to sit still and allow Oscar to drive the ship like he been doing anyway, picking them fights for you. Allow him to, put you through the, the gauntlet, because he gonna take his time with you. So at least with Oscar, you're gonna get the experience, you're gonna get the fights, you're gonna make your money. And I think when he see fit, he'll put you in position to try to challenge for a title. But I don't know why they keep talking Tank. I don't never see them fighting Tank ever in life. I just don't see it. Y'all didn't make it to the Shakur fight. I don't think it's no real energy behind that. You know what I'm saying? I think right now the best thing for him to do is just allow the promoter to do his job, promote and get you the opportunities while y'all sit back and you prepare your son for, for the fights. That's it. That's all. All that other shit you doing is just making people look at y'all funny. Like I said, y'all looking like funny money right now, and people don't take y'all serious. They're like, this dude is a victim of a guy that's clearly way too controlling in this situation, and you're not allowing the talent to blossom and grow. We just want to see how good he could be. He keeps saying how he mastered the 8 styles of boxing, and you got the greatest fighter in the world. Well, we need to see that, and I don't think you can showcase that if you cutting him off, right? If you kind of limiting his shine because you shining the light on yourself. You know what I'm saying? Got to let the talent speak for himself. Heather E. Peace, Queen. Howdy, partner. How you feeling? So that's just where I'm at, man. Through all the shit that he been through, he still got a home. He's still over there being promoted by Golden Boy. Oscar still holding him down. I did see a post about them re-signing 5 years for $5 million or something like that, which sounded really odd to me because he went from them being a free agent, then he turned around and now y'all signed on for 5 years for $5 million, which just sound crazy to me. And it's just right now I can't say I understand the moves that his dad is making. I don't get what he's doing. Maybe it ain't for me to understand, but I know messing up when I see it. And the way he handled a couple of these situations ain't been the best. That's for damn sure. You get what I'm saying? Like I said, for you to put out halfway information is just wild. You know what I'm saying? Like, for us to still have to speculate what happened to your son is even crazier. So it is what it is. I guess we could just move on, but it's good to see that he'll be stepping in there with somebody in Tevin Farmer that's going to give him the kind of fight that he's looking for. Joe Quinn was good with it, fam. You get me? So I'm with it. But he signed a TKO deal. I'm telling you, that what it sound like, right? I'm like, what the hell? 5 years, $5 million. $1 million, like you just put a cap on yourself for 5 years. Like, I don't see how that made sense. And then you think about it, you anticipate fighting for titles at some point. So 5 years and you never gonna be there. That just sounded wild to me. It did. It really did. It just sounded bogus. 5 years, $5 million, and it's almost like you overplaying your hand. You allowing people to know that y'all chasing the bag, and they throw a couple dollars in your face, you might make a bad decision. You get what I'm saying? And I don't know about that one. I ain't gonna lie to you, because that's like putting a cap on yourself in 5 years. Think about how active you are as a fighter now. So you think about 5 years of fighting, and that's cool. Like, if you gonna get to where you think you're gonna get, say you'll be a world champion. So you telling me as a world champion you'll be cool just for fighting, making $1 million a year? Like, and this ain't even per fight. Like, he said 5 million, 5 years for 5 million, $1 million a year, something weird. I'm like, how is that? What am I missing? Like, that's like 3 fights a year. Are you limiting yourself? Like, did you just put a cap on yourself just now? I'm trying to figure it out, and I'm not in nobody's pockets. But since you're inviting this, you're dropping this information on us, you're making it public, and you kind of leave scratching your head like, what is that a good move? Like, why would you do that? But it is what it is. And the most confusing part is that you just said y'all was gonna be a free agent. I'm not crazy. I'm not making this up. I seen you came out and said y'all about to be a free agent.
This is what you said. And then, next thing you know, Oscar looking out. He keeping his word. Oscar keeping his word. It's like, bro, which one is it? So that's all I'm saying, bro. You got people that want to rock with the youngin and support him, right? We can see that he got some talent. Obviously, he got room to grow. He's young. It's things to like about him, right? He easily seemed like a likable kid, but he in a weird situation where he's not fully able to shine the way he should be able to. And like I said, I can't say that the moves that is being made sound like they make a whole lot of sense. You get what I'm saying? You all over the place. You went from fighting Shakur to now Abdullah Mason, 2.5 to free gonna be a free agent. Oh shit. Forgot, y'all. We had got sick as hell. That's why we couldn't fight. It's just like so much stuff. And it gets to a point where you could start being more of a headache than anything else. So fortunately for y'all, and I think it's a good thing for them that they still got the support of Golden Boy behind them. They still got Oscar supporting them and willing to put them in position and get them opportunities. And I could rock with that because it seemed like they all like them, from Bernard to, Oscar, them over there, Golden Boy, they seem like they like the youngin. So I could support him. It's easy to support him, but like I say, I can't stress it enough. His dad just got to let him be him. You got to let the youngin grow. You know what I'm saying? Answer his own questions in his interviews. Be accountable for himself. Tell us what he feel like his plans is. Too often we hearing the dad speak, and we just want to hear more from the youngin. You know what I mean? Who do you want to fight? What's realistically next? Because calling out the champions and fighting much lesser guys is annoying. You know what I'm saying? Nobody want to see that. So we get it that if given the opportunity, so you say that y'all fight whoever, right? We get that. But I think you just need to keep winning until you put yourself in the right position, and then you take the fight. But again, I'm just not confident that they want what he say they want, right? Because you had an opportunity that you shitted on, and then you had a great opportunity, I think, with Abdullah Mason, and you pissed that one away too. So again, you people are looking at them very funny. They don't respect, like, it's just like a joke right now. So this Tevin Farmer fight, you putting yourself in a position where you can't just win, bro. You got to look a certain way because your dad keep overselling the hell out of you to people. I'm telling you, they're going to hang on to every word. They're going to be like, where's these 8 styles of boxing that you be talking about, or however many styles he be saying, 13 styles, 21. I don't know what he be saying. I done forgot. But all them styles of boxing, people are going to start demanding that they see those type of performances from you. You can't afford to be getting dropped by Renee Garones, looking gassed, only training for 10-round fights and not a 12. That the lack of preparation, some things that concern me with that fight. You get what I'm saying? How they switched it to 12 rounds at the last minute, but he didn't even look like he was prepared for 10. For real. He looked tired. And maybe it's all that muscle, because he worked hard, right? He looked like he worked hard as hell, but maybe it's the muscle. I don't know, but gotta lock in, man. Gotta lock in. Stop overselling. People tired of it. They on to it. We want to see what he really made of. And I think the way that we find that out is when he take a true step up and fight somebody that could possibly actually beat him. Not somebody like, Tevin Farmer's a vet. Yeah, he can give him some trouble and things like that, but he still should be expected to beat him. And that's no knock to Tevin Farmer. That's just, where he's at right now. He should be in a position. He can't beat Farmer right now. You better not mention another champion. That's what all due respect to Tevin Farmer. But if you're not beating him, those champions, like, you ain't ready for them at all. Omar, what's good with it, bro? How you feeling? Can't support me because I know anything about him. I see him avoiding guys like him over. I think it's more so the dad making the decisions too. 5 years, the guarantee of $5 million, no cap, right? They explained it on the boxing voice. It sounds crazy as hell. A lot of fighters prepared for 12 rounds by training 15. Yeah, they were unprepared, Reef, and that's no knock to them. You could just see it. So that's what I'm saying. Like, be realistic about the opportunities that's next. You can't keep selling wolf tickets and then, falling short. You know what I'm saying? I want to see the young man succeed. I don't want to see you get in his way by just ruining the relationship with the public. I've never seen it like this before. Like, Danny Garcia, Pops used to go in, but we knew what Danny was as a talent. It was substance behind Danny. Danny was standing on business. You get what I'm saying? He getting there and left hook you to sleep. You get me? Danny was beating ass. It was Pops talking all that shit. Danny was beating people. He came in as the underdog against Matisse, beat him. Like, he was considered one of the boogeymen at the time. So it was a lot to still like. You get what I'm saying? And he missed that mark. He's not exactly that. They're not exactly that kind of tag team kind of situation. So it's just a lot of talk. And he's oversold Kid to the point where it's almost hard to live up to what he's putting out. Like, damn, if we really listen to what he's saying. So I think he's just doing what he's supposed to be doing right as a father, speaking highly of his son. And I think he really do believe the stuff he say, right? To a degree, I'll say that. So I'm not mad at him for speaking highly of him at all. But like I said, you can't take the media through the, for a ride. You know what I mean? It's a whole circus ride. That shit was bogus as hell. You know what I mean? But like I said, water under the bridge. Let's see how, he's a switch hitter, right? He can switch up. I believe Tevin Farmer can as well. So I want to see if your youthful nature could, what could you do with Tevin Farmer? Not just can you beat him? How can you beat him? Can you stop this guy? Can you come close to? Can you really beat him soundly? Can you make it look good? Right? Can you put a complete performance together where you outclass your guy and show clear separation? That's what I'm looking for at this point. I don't think that's asking for too much. If you can do that, then we can start to look at you in a different light and start to think about those other matchups with those other champions. Because until I see a performance that reflects him stepping it up or justify him fighting a top tier talent, I'm not beat. I don't think that'll ever be next for him. Like, he got to show that shit in the ring. Shout out to Trey, man. Appreciate the love, homie. Say, who would you like to see Kid fight if he beat Farmer? That's interesting. Farmer, I say that's a start, man. That's a decent start. Shout out to Tevin Farmer. You can get past him. He's a vet. He's a former 2-time champion. That's a step in the right direction. Man, I had to think about it. I wouldn't even know where would they go from here. Because I didn't expect to see this, right? But man, I'd say they have to put him in there. That's the thing. He need work. I don't think a title shot makes sense right now for him, but that's why I don't think he's gonna get one either. But I don't think they're trying to force it. But man, I had to think about that for a minute. 35. Who's realistic for Kid Austin to fight after fighting a Tevin Farmer who did just fight Zepeda twice, who will be fighting Shakur in July? That's interesting. I say find another ex-champion for him or something like that. If I looked at the rankings and see I'll come up with a name. But that's the thing. He need a true true step up. You know what I mean? I get it. Tevin Farmer might be considered a step up, right? But give him somebody that's younger, fresher, that's not on their way out, possibly. You know what I'm saying? He need to be tested. He definitely need to be tested because I don't think he quite ready for the upper echelon. And you know what? He was supposed to fight Ashton Seal, right? Ashton Seal ended up losing to Lucas Body. I thought he was supposed to be fighting him. I thought that was talks about that. That is a good name. Shout out to my guy Z. That is a good name, Lucas Body. I forgot about that because they was mentioning that. I would even still like to see the Ashton Seal fight, to be 100 with you, to be all the way 100 with you. I would love to see it. Shout out to my guy Trey, man. Appreciate you, bro. Yeah, Lucas Body would be a good name. Justin Paul, though, that's another guy. That's interesting. Maxie Hughes, those names come to mind. Yeah, Lucas Body, I like that. Giovanni Cabrera, interesting as well. That's a mover, a boxer. That could give him a good look. Josh Padley did come back off Shakur Laws, get a knockout win. You know what I mean? Wait for Kermel. I like Kermel Moulton. I do. I like Kermel. Knockout Farmer at this period couldn't. That's a big jump. Excellent fight for the resume. Yeah. It'd be a really good win. It'd be a feather in his cap if he could stop Zepeda, knowing that stop Farmer knowing Zepeda had 2 cracks at it and couldn't do it. So yeah, man, there's some good names. I like that. Appreciate y'all. Albert Bell, man, that shit. He losing that fight. I ain't picking him to beat Albert Bell. Albert Bell might be too long, rangy for his ass. Albert Bell might do him one. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Albert Bell, who continue to kind of get overlooked, but keep putting them wins in the bank. We see you, Albert Bell. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. Legacy remains. What it do, homie? Couldn't change my name to Rude Exposure. Doesn't sound cool. You stupid. Mark Magsayo, Z said. Mark Magsayo. He got some names. He got some names. He got some people. Those I like some of those names right there. I think Lucas Body is realistic. I thought they were gonna fight that dude at one point. I did. Could have swore they were talking about that too. The Ashton Silva fight, H2O. I just want to see him bounce back more so than anything. But I thought that was gonna be a dope ass fight if they would have fought. But he got some people he can fight. But I think it's definitely a path that he got to travel before he get in there with them champions for sure, though. You know what I'm saying? He got ways to go. First record replacement, Crowley and Cordina. Either of them. Francisco Fonseca. He got some names. There's some people he can fight. Get some more experience. You know what I'm saying? Because this Tevin Farmer fight could be either really good for him or really bad for him. That's where he at. I feel like that's the position he in because he can't afford to do what Zepeda did. Like, you get what I'm saying? That wasn't good for Zepeda. You know what I'm saying? I got people looking at him a certain way going into the Shakur fight. So he can't afford like no drag him out type of fight. You get what I'm saying? The key at this point is to show separation and show improvement, right? Show that, you know, the guys that you're getting in there with are not on your level at all, because that's what you want to be proving. You want that to be an undeniable fact before the fight is over that this dude wasn't on your level. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, I think Tevin Farmer gonna be easy because he's getting older, but I don't know. He could be a tough. He could be a tough out. I'm telling you. Just seen it was Zepeda, man. So, and I wonder what his approach would be to this fight. We see how he fought Zepeda. I wonder how he would approach fighting Kid Austin. Could he switch it up and try to be a little more slick and harder to hit? I'm telling you, Farmer, tricky guy that still got some tread left on that tire, man, as we seen with them Zepeda fights. So, can't just disregard and count him out, man. He always got an opportunity, bro. Watch Sugar Nunez fight. Yeah, Sugar Nunez is a heavy-handed dude, man. I know that somebody keep asking for him to fight. I think it's Ray Ford. Somebody in the chat be asking about that fight. Kid also versus Abel Mendoza, the guy with the suspicious opponents. I want to see how good that dude actually is too, because he got all them damn wins. But I don't know none of those people. You know what I'm saying? He fought a bunch of he fought a bunch of those type of guys, lower tier guys, should I say? So I just don't see him. Shout out to Omar. I just don't see him. Actually fight tomorrow. I like Sugar Nunez, man. Tomorrow? He do? On a Wednesday? Really? I've been a little bit out the loop, so y'all do got to pardon me. I think it's some stuff that got past me. I think it's a couple things that got by me. Let me see. Bartolo Colon was good when I see Kurt Scooby versus T.O. Yeah, Kurt Scooby at 35, right? He went back down to 35, Bartolo. He went back down to 35. Kurt Scooby might fight. Shout out to my dog behind the hands TV. It's a chance that Kurt Scooby and I think he said Giovanni Marquez can end up fighting. That's more realistic. That him and T.O. fighting ain't realistic at all. Like he ain't, you know. But if you know who Giovanni Marquez is, there you go. Look at him. He could be a potential opponent for Kurt Scooby. Angelo Leo ain't look good last week. And shout out to Angelo Leo. He pulled off the win. You know what? I don't think he looked bad. But his fights tend to be like that. And I know what you're saying, where he don't get blowouts, right? He allow his opponents to kind of hang around, right? So he be having competitive scraps where it looks like he could beat guys more soundly for whatever reason, but his fights end up, being relatively competitive for the most part. But he's a lunch pail kind of guy, bro. You get what I'm saying? He grab his lunch pail and just go to work. I mean, he's a good fighter. You know what I'm saying? But he don't really dominate his opposition, right? He'll beat you though. He'll outbox you, outpoint you. Shit, if you slip, he might catch you with something. But that's usually how his fights go, right? He just lets you hang around, and he'll outlast you and outpoint you and get the win. I like Angelo Leo though, man, because he's made good since losing to Cool Boy. You know what I mean? He's turned it around. He's put together some really good wins since then. Lucas Body turned down the fight. Is that what happened? I wasn't for sure what happened with the situation, but did Lucas Body turn it down for a reason? I'm not for sure. Scooby got in the ring after Giovanni last fight. Yeah, so that could be a possibility, see. I was hearing that from my guy that knows Giovanni Marquez. So I think if I'm not mistaken, he told me that could be a possibility that they fight. Mason beat Keyshawn. Listen, I ain't mad. Yeah, Kameda can fight. Yeah, he is. He wasn't in there with no pushover for sure. You know what I'm saying? But listen, I ain't mad at the Mason supporters. I'm one of them too, but I just gotta see him in there with a different level of talent to feel like he'll beat Keyshawn right now. I get it. Like, he got all the tools to be able to beat somebody, right? I think the experiences was lacking on his behalf, and maybe he'll make that, you know what I mean, not a factor, but it's just hard for me to ignore, right? And that's the only thing, the only box I think that is not fully checked, right? The experience factor. Abdullah Mason is still currently getting that in. Like, just look at them. They both on the same, they both fighting for the same promotional entity, right? But fight under the same banner, but if you see how they're being moved differently. And I don't think that's because of a lack of talent, skill, or belief of Abdullah Mason. I just think that at different points, right? I think, obviously Keyshawn had a run in the Olympics and was able to grab up a silver medal. You know what I'm saying? Abdullah Mason, amateur background, but not as deep as obviously a guy that made the Olympic run. So you're going to see them move either guy slightly different. That's just my opinion on what I'm saying. So, you see it, Abdullah Mason got more fights than Keyshawn, but Keyshawn got quality over quantity. You get what I'm saying? The other way, Abdullah right now is quantity over quality, but he's working his way towards those fights. You see what I'm saying? And it's nothing wrong with how they moving him and who he's been fighting. You get me? So it's just a matter of experience and timing for the young Abdullah Mason. That's all. And they got other talent that was, possibly in place right before him. So they looking to get those guys in position as well. So I think he's also, a product of that, right? Of the system having to, guys are in position and he's still trying to solidify himself. So on the way to that, you're going to see other opportunities be given to certain fighters possibly before him when we feel like he can get them. But we know it's only a matter of time for those same opportunities that other guys are getting come knocking on his door, because he's just that impressive as a fighter and as a talent. He keep winning, giving you every reason to believe in him. You know what I'm saying? I don't have no reason to believe that Abdullah Mason can't beat anybody they put in front of him right now. It's fun to watch, and he do got an appetite for smoke, and that's how he fight. He fight a certain way. You know what I'm saying? He fight like he want to hurt you. So he ain't for play. He is all gas, no brakes. You know what I mean? Sometimes a little too much gas. You know what I'm saying? Had to slow down, but he's a fun talent, man. Fun talent. Kid Austin could fight Navarrete. Nah, at 30, yeah, he went back down. H2 got to get a win. Yeah, he can't. I wouldn't say demand. I just like the matchup, Zeke, but I know the knockout loss obviously kind of, took that off the table for right now, at least until he can get back. But the Lucas Body thing, I think that would be a good fight for him. It's a fight that he can win too. But the dude got a really good win over Ashton Seal and got a couple more wins, I think, since then, a win or two since then. So, you know what I mean? It wouldn't be a bad name to put on a resume. You know what I mean? He got a couple of those guys he can fight, but let's see what Oscar. We all know now that he's, his dad is giving Oscar his credit for, he's saying thank you. They're so appreciative. You can expect to see these next fights reflect Oscar De La Hoya making the moves, right? So, but I don't think Tevin Farmer is a bad fight. I respect this fight for him.
because we seen what kind of hell he just gave to you know, Zepeda, who's competing for a championship and you know, a couple months from now. So talking possibly moving up after struggling to make 130 versus Suarez. Yeah, he need to sit his ass up there. I know his ass ain't no 130 pounds no more. He need to go on up there to 35, man. Seemed like he took the loss to you know, Baranchik and just was like, panic button, went right back down. But then he have a title and he still got a title down there, so that's probably why. So, but I do think it's one of them things where you go up, shit, you probably should stay there. Because, you know, I can't imagine it being easy to continue to make that weight after you done went up. You know what I'm saying? So we'll see. We'll get them before. Took him 6 attempts to make weight. Yeah, that's ridiculous, bro. That's ridiculous. 6 attempts is ridiculous. That's tough. 6 times to make weight is tough. 6 times to make weight is tough. Like, that's wild. That's clearly a sign that you need to go up, or did you cut corners, right? And if that's what you're doing, then you definitely don't need to be you know what I'm saying, at no lower weight class. So I don't know why these dudes be doing it to themselves, like putting themselves through all this instead of just campaigning where your body naturally telling you should be at. Hell with all that squeezing down, especially if you ain't about to like run the table or, you know, is it more for you to accomplish, right? Are you chasing down unifications at 130? Like, if that's not the case, then why even, you know what I'm saying? Stick around at 35 and see what kind of player you could be there. I be feeling like guys not fully, you know, confident in going up and competing at those heavier weights sometimes when they do shit like that. Navarrete started at 22. It's crazy, right? Funny frame ass. Navarrete had a strength and condition coach for Suarez and still struggled to make weight. That's crazy. So you know what that mean? You know what that mean, Dub? He definitely got to go up. That's crazy. Got to go up, bro. He going against his body. And I don't see his performances getting any better if that's what he fighting against, right? He fighting against his body, right? Is the natural growth of his body. So yeah, his body definitely screaming to move up. Facts, definitely. Shakur fights Tank after Tank stops Roach in a rematch. I would love it, bro. It'd be like music to my ears, bro. It'd be music to my ears. He had a kind of knockout win that'd make people talk they talk, and I would love to see it, man. Sad to say we might not ever get that fight, though. Might not never get that fight, man. It's unfortunate, but we might not. Yeah, them love handles. He ain't struggled to make weight, make 130. Yeah, nah, he shit. Having to needing 6 times to make weight is definitely struggling. That's ridiculous. That's crazy. That's struggling for sure. So, he ain't never had much of a physique that looked like he, you know, he ain't one of them guys. He just can fight. Navarrete, he got a style that works for him, and that's it. That's all. I had Mason over Key. My pain, listen, Terrell, ain't nothing wrong with it, bro, because I've heard that before. But for me, the only reason I wouldn't go there yet because of the lack of experience, right? And like I said, look, they both fight for the same promotional banner under the same umbrella, right? And one guy got more fights. I think that's a reason for that. You get what I'm saying? So I just think, I don't know. But his time is coming, right? He right there knocking at the door. For me, to put him over guys, I think it had to get different wins for me to just place him over them, right? You know what I'm saying? Because it's tough, right? It's tough to do that. It's tough. It's really, really tough. And he got more fights. That's the crazy part. But I think it's more, like I said, quality over quantity. So baby doing the kitchen saying business, man. Even, you know, Keyshawn the truth. Shout out to my baby boy, Baby Deuce. Tell him business, man. You know, say he gonna shoot me if I don't say Shakur beats Tank. Nah, hell nah, never. Yo, you would never gotta say that. You would never have to say that over here, man. I don't care how many people feel like, you know, will beat Shakur. Shit, it's all good. I just know it's easier said than done. You know what I mean? Beating that kid ain't gonna be easy for nobody. Nobody. And I'ma always stand on that. I feel like he's smarter than these dudes is why he gonna beat them. He gonna outlast guys because he's smarter than them. While they stuck on physical, talking about punching power, pillow fists, and being scared. He gonna be piling up points, winning rounds, and before you know it, you're gonna look up. You're gonna be down a few rounds, and you're gonna be trying to get back, and that shit is not gonna happen. Telling you. That's why I say he one of those guys you're gonna appreciate over time, man. It's like a fine wine. I ain't even trying to be funny. It's like a fine wine. Over time, you're gonna see that he's doing it his way, and you're just gonna respect it. As long as he continue to get in there and do what he do and win, you're gonna look up and you're gonna be like, man, that dude's still here. He's still winning. And people at that point, it's gonna become ridiculous to hate on him. It's just gonna be like, you just weird at this point. I'm telling you, that's how I see it. And like I remember a point in time where Andre Ward was getting heavy criticism, right? People, but he continued to win. And then more so, he's putting names on his resume that you had to respect that helped get rid of that. Like it got to a point where even through the criticism, you had to respect it because he like, yo, this man is talented and he worked hard as hell. He just continued to win. And it also helped his case that it was notable guys that he started beating up. Running through the Super 6 the way he did was very impressive. You know what I'm saying? That shit, I love it. I love to see that. You know what I mean? But people doubted that dude all the way up into retirement. It's just some people are going to, you know, capture the imaginations of the fans on a larger scale where you're not going to hear the kind of criticism for him. He fights in a way and talks in a way that's going to make people talk crazy. But like I said, all he has to do is continue to win, and you're going to have to respect it. Real one's going to look and say, hey, you can say what you want about him, but he out there to win. And I respect it. Shakur Foster needs to move up low key. Yeah, he said he pressing that button, Dub. He said he pressing that button on Core. Say he pressing that button to go up to 35. So look, they got a lot of history. They had some back and forth on Twitter. I hate that it went personal because I couldn't really entertain it the way I would like to. But look, if they fight, I'm all in. I want to see it, man. Yeah, he's aged like fine wine, man. Fine wine, bro. Just appreciate it over time. You dig? Over time. Where when you stand the test of time and he continues to win, you're just going to have to respect it. You know what I'm saying? You're going to have to. It's just one of those things. Foster gets cooked. Yeah, I don't got him beating him. You know what I'm saying? I know they has plenty of sparring sessions, but I don't got him beating Cool Boy being the 3-division champ. It's fire. I want that for Cool Boy. Shout out to him. They was ready to write him off. Keyshawn or everybody. Y'all know how I am coming. Shout out to my dog, man. Sorry, I like Foster as well. Nah, ain't no sorries. We like all these dudes. If you really love boxing, you like them all. I love Shocky talent. Love seeing him go out there and do his thing. He's very high IQ kind of guy. You know, he got the heart of a warrior. They was trying to take a fight from him with the Rocky Hernandez fight. He bit down and stopped that guy. You get what I'm saying? Late, he got a buzzer beater damn knockout. You get me? So there's a lot to like about Shocky. He took losses early when he wasn't fully committed and focused on the sport. You know what I'm saying? And since then, he had locked in, and it took him a long ass time to lose. And when they did lose again, they kind of took one from him they took one from him with the Robson Conceição fight, the first one. They took it from him. You get what I'm saying? They definitely took it from him, and he got his get back. But yeah, Shocky's one of them guys that, you know, you could root for, man. He took losses, but he's still here. He's still a relevant name. His name is in the mix. Like whenever your name you looked at as one of the top talents at your current weight division, and people are asking you to move up and fight one of the best guys there, you know you can go. You know you got some scrap. So it's some people that think Shaka beat Core. You know what I mean? It is. I've seen it on Twitter. I've seen it on social media. Shit, I ain't against seeing none of these dudes fight inside the ring. If it's some personal stuff, that's on them. But if it's inside the ring, let's cover it. Let's talk about it. Shock is talented, skillful. Man, he's sharp. You know what I mean? You listen to the coaches that he worked with. His IQ is off the charts. He's a smart-ass fighter. But, you know, styles make fights, and they got an interesting. That'll be a high-level chess match for sure with them two. Yeah, he could. Yeah. A little bit. Yeah. I think some of that ant might be happening. Should needing to go up. We'll get Rule exposure as soon as Shakur Twister steps up to face Tank. Level up. The thing is legacy though. Like Bradman Edwards saying, I'm gonna hang on to what he said because I think it made the most sense. Unless dudes is ready to fire teams or demand that's the guy up next, it's not gonna happen. You get what I'm saying?
Urban Mac, my guy. You know what I'm saying? It's just not gonna happen. The likelihood, like we all want to see it, but I'm not even sure that the fighter on the other side cares for the fight the way the fans do. Right? He don't sound like he interested. And I was saying this before. That's not me saying he's scared of none of that. It just seemed like at once upon a time it was a thing to do. It was actually a name on the list, and then over time it just seemed like something that was like, man, I ain't fighting him, whatever. Like, I'm doing what I'm doing. And I just hope I'm wrong about that, but it's just the interest has to be there on both sides, right? And I'll say this. I've never seen nobody send him a contract, or not to my knowledge, send him one first. And not saying he's supposed to just send contracts, but I think that line of communication need to be established, and the conversation need to go way past a preliminary discussion, right? And that's on both sides, right? I know it's things that Shakur probably gonna want as a fighter, feel like he deserve enough, right, for the accomplishments. And if you being real to the situation, you can't say he don't have a case. And on the other side, you know, we the A side, right? You know how that goes. So I feel like if guys could be reasonable about a fight happening, it can happen. But I think if it's gonna be some, you know, some of the things that I've heard people say, take it or leave it. You take what I give you, and then all that, and then you can forget about it. I don't see it. You know what I mean? I don't see it. Shocking. Step up fight. Tank got that ether, be smoking those straight KO combos. I mean, look, Tank a bad man, no doubt about it. He gonna be one till he hang them gloves up. That's what I believe. But like I said, I just wish that he was talking about getting that fight. You know what I mean? I would love to see it. Tank, get your corner back. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. I think obviously some changes that's there, whether people fully acknowledge them or not. There's some things that obviously had to change, and you seeing the difference, right? I think that's reflecting, right, when you seeing things being disrupted. They had a smooth tight shit. I don't know what happened completely. I don't want to overanalyze it, but you know, anything can happen with relationships. Sometimes, you know, you need breaks from each other. It could be anything, but we just seen a difference, right? And it's not just with them. You seen a difference with the press conferences, right? With his energy. And I think a lot of that stuff just played into it. It's a lot that go into these fights. It's a lot of battles. I do feel like fighters fight before they even get to their opponent. It's no different. They all go through it, but I just think when it's at a certain level, it could start to affect the performances, right? You need, you know, fighters are creatures of habit. When you disrupt what they're used to, you can get different results. You get what I'm saying? It's just what it is. Guys are human, right? You hear people speaking, guys speaking about life after boxing and being a better person and therapy. And, you know, it's a lot. You know, there's so much other stuff that could be going on with him outside of just fighting alone. So you maybe a draw is like a scare for him, man. Maybe a wake up call to lock in even more and make sure you cross every single T and dot every single I, right? But I think it could be some good in this the draw for Tank. You know what I mean? To come back motivated more, lock in. And whatever fights he do give you until you hang him up, you're going to get 100% locked in. You know what I mean? Fully dedicated on just the fight at hand and getting the job done, right? That's what you want to see for him, because I feel like at that level, for him to continue to be successful, that has to be his thought process, right? It was a lot of noticeable differences with the build-up. You just seen it, the feel, the look, the I don't know, the budget, so to speak, or lack thereof, right? You just didn't to have a press conference. It looked like a gym or a gymnasium, auditorium, or something like that. It looked very odd. So, you never know how that could affect the fighter too. Like, yo, what y'all on, right? You roll out the red carpet for one guy, and then I'm getting the shit end of the stick. So you never know. And I say some of that stuff because I heard different interviews, people speaking from the team saying, you know, treat him like a champion. You know what I mean? You treat such and such like this, treat him like a champion. And I think that could be a determining factor, right? That could play into your mental, right? Affect the performance. It's a lot, man. At that level, it's very limited room for error is what I'm saying. And the fact that you're human, there's always, even though there's limited room for error, that doesn't mean errors won't be made. He's still a human. He's still going to make mistakes. He ain't a perfect fighter. If anybody didn't already know that, then they got more evidence of it with the fight. So you just get to see an extra reason for a guy like that to come, with a different sense of motivation, right? And determination to change the outcome. Because the last thing he ever wants is them to be booing anything he's saying, or, not getting his hand raised. You know what I'm saying? That's one thing he don't play about. He on point with them performances. He go out there and he put the work in. He go out there and perform. So with this looking like less than his best for whatever reason it could have been, I know he looking to change that narrative. You know what I'm saying? And change the story. So he get an opportunity to right the wrong, and so do Lamont Roach. You know what I'm saying? Lamont Roach get the fight, you know what I mean, for what he feel like should be his, is that WBA title. You get what I'm saying? So both guys going to have, I think, even more motivation going into this fight than the last time. But Lamont Roach obviously going to be working with a different confidence because of what happened in the first fight. I truly believe it's only natural, right? It's one thing to think something and tell yourself over and over you can do it, but it's different when you proving it to yourself. And I think on many levels, he's proven not only that he can compete at this level, but he can compete at this level against the absolute best that boxing has to offer. So that, yeah, right. That's what I'm saying. You get me? So you just at that level when it's been working and it's, you've been having that success, your room for error is very minimal, but people kind of forget that you're still human. So with that comes human error, and you're going to make mistakes. Things ain't going to always go your way, but it's how you deal with them when things ain't going your way. And I think a rematch for Gervonta Davis is an opportunity to prove and show exactly that. You know what I mean? That might have not been me at my absolute best for whatever reason, whether it was a concentration thing or whatever the case, right? But whatever that was, I know he and team was going to be looking to fix it, sure up whatever shortcomings they feel like they had in that first one, and be better the second time around. I think that's the only thing they can hope for. You know what I'm saying? Kenneth Sims and Duarte coming up. Shout out to Kenneth Sims, man. I went to one of his fights live some years back when he fought Keyshawn Williams, man. And I've always been an advocate of Kenneth Sims, man. I always rock with him. I see how people wrote him off when he took his first loss. It was crazy. So that's a dude that he makes the most out of opportunities. He works extremely hard. He got a real good family. He got some good people in his corner. And he just put that work in, man. You know what I'm saying? I like Kenneth Sims, bro. Really do. Underrated just a bit to me, in my opinion. Just a bit. A little slept on, but with the right performances, he'll wake people up. And he got dog in him. And he ain't the biggest puncher, but he'll stand in there and give you what you're looking for. I love to watch Kenneth Sims go. Sharon, peace. How you feeling? Anybody that's high level, the best in the division, should fight each other. That's a fact. I agree. Because you want to prove you're number one guy in the division. At the same time, it can create jealousy. Hey, I rock with that. Shout out to Sharon. Yeah, it's true. And as fight fans, that's what we always want to see. The best available matchups versus the best available matchups. But I always take into account that I know boxing is a business, and with that comes people having, being making moves based on finances and trying to make money, secure certain bags and things like that. So certain fights that we ain't gonna get right when we want them, and certain fights that we ain't gonna get at all because of that, because of the business of boxing and how things come together or fall apart. You know what I mean? But I definitely want to see anytime I can the best available matchup. Best friends fought Sims and the amateurs, got them paws put on. Yeah, man. That's crazy. Yeah. Time we get some fight. Yeah, man. Shout out to Kenneth Sims, man. He out there from Chicago, I believe. Latifah, peace to the queen. I can't wait to see the rematch. I'm taking the fight to Vegas with 2 East Coast fighters. It's crazy work. Yeah, I think they're looking at he's the guy, so why not in Vegas for a guy like Tank? Yeah, roadblocks be stopping them fights for sure from happening. But shout out to Latifah, man. I think they'll make it work. I think the intrigue is there. I think the controversy will help sell it. I think the Lamont Roach putting his kind of stamping himself, planting his flag at 35, at least for now, has opened the eyes of some people. And I see some of the fans like, bro, ain't gonna do nothing but knock him out the second time, or
he definitely gonna beat Roach the second time and all this different stuff. So, you know, I can't wait to see it, man. I'm just glad they got their date. Now both fighters can continue to lock in, work, and we get to see the lightweight division pretty much fight June, July, and August, right? So I'm gonna enjoy all of this, and I truly hope that we can get one of those champions in the ring with each other. You know what I'm saying? I really do, but I'm telling you, the more risky the fight, the less likelihood of seeing it. People could say what they want. They can sit here and argue. You can frame guys as being ducks all you want, but understand the business of boxing is always going to be the business of boxing. And sometimes that just the fights that we want are not going to be made unless guys make concessions on both sides or be willing to demand or fire teams if need be. Other than that, it's going to be tough. As Loma doing, I think a lot of that is dependent on his back, based on what Bob Arum said when he got asked about Loma. He said something. It's really like what condition his back is going to be in. You get what I'm saying? So that's one of them wait and see things. But with you being 36, probably closing in on 37 years old, a lot of your success is based on the movement that you provide in the ring. In and out movement, like if you having back issues, it's going to compromise your movement, your mobility, your reflexes, and you can't still be Loma if you got a bad back like that. So if it's that serious to the point where they got to wait to see how everything unfolds with his back to see if it makes sense for him to continue, I lean toward him not coming back, because why put all that at risk, and the fights are only going to get tougher and more dangerous. Right, you stole one with Kambosos. You look phenomenal out there, but can you repeat that performance? Can you perform at that level against one of these other top tier talents? Because that's what he's gonna have to do if he want to remain a champion at 135 pounds. You got people that's really be gunning for him. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think we'll see him. I couldn't bank on it. Shout out to Let's Talk Fashion, my guy Remo. I've been sitting back listening, enjoy this episode. Keep going, man. The voice, appreciate you, bro. Just having a nice, good boxing build, trying to be responsible with the content. I think he's done. Yeah, he might be done. I think the back is writing on the wall. I seen fighters 10 years younger than him or so be taken out of the game with back injuries. And go look up Dimitri Parag. I think he was still 20s. Got, back injuries took him out. And he had a crazy big win over Danny Jacobs. Yeah, stopped Danny Jacobs. Shit, the only one to this day. Yeah, to stop. This Shane Mosley could have stoppage over I forget, but yeah, he was the only one that got a legit stoppage, I think, over Daniel Jacobs back then. But yeah, man, the back injuries, man, that's tough. It's tough. It's tough. I'll see Shakur back with Top Rank. I think he sounds forward to get the Tank fight. It'd be interesting. From what I understand, though, he ain't burn no bridges over there at Top Rank, so they're not like at odds or nothing like that. From what I understand, he's not like on, no bad terms or nothing. From what I understand, there was no bridges burnt. But I don't know. That Tank fight, I just don't know, bro. I don't know. Because as much as people want to downplay, Shakur, man, I don't know. I don't know how much in the plans he is, right? Like, I'm hearing too much resistance, like I always say. So it's just, when I say that, it just don't sound like he's the focal point. Like, once upon a time, maybe he could have been, but it just seemed like time changed, things changed, situations changed, and I don't know. I just don't see it. I stay with Matchroom. I leave Eddie. Love him. Yeah, Eddie do love him, but I'll say this too. With Shakur, it's not about signing on for no long-term deals and nothing like that. It's about trying to find the best fight for the most money. To my understanding, that's what he on. Get what I'm saying? So yeah, he still want the fight that he said he want, right? But in the meantime, and the biggest fight for the most money is what he looking for, from what I understand. So I don't know, man. I don't think he'll ever sign with Floyd though. Tank the Star. He'll make concessions. Yeah. Then say Tank the Star. Yeah. So I just feel like
it needs to be more than preliminary talks. You know, it can't go nowhere if, you know, people ain't fully vested in making a fight. You know what I mean? Negotiations got to be able to take place, things like that. You know what I'm saying? If they not willing to do it, we can't get no fight. Some fake Tank fans blame Turkey for everything. Yeah, I know. I know. It's crazy. I don't think he got anything to do with that fight happening or not happening, but I do think he can be one of the reasons the fight happened. But again, with Tank's side, at least with him, the fighter, I don't know what his relationship is with Turkey and if he'll ever look to do any business with the guy. It just don't seem like he will. So it is what it is. I just want to see the fight, man. But you know, I can't force him to make it happen, man. But I just hate the narratives that gotta come from the fight when it don't happen. Just stay indie. Yeah, man. Irvin, from what I understand, ain't gonna be no long-term situations for him. You know what I mean? You're looking for fight deals, not like, I don't know if I'm saying it right, wording it right, not no contract deals. You get what I'm saying? Where you just trying to lock in and nah, you're just looking for the opportunities with the right money attached to it. So I think as long as he stay, you know, stick to his guns, he'll be good because he got a good team behind him, man. Despite what people say, he always get an opportunity, even if it ain't the guy he initially planned to get. He still end up getting the opportunity because at the end of the day, you got a really good team and you win. You know what I mean? You are a talent in the sport. And again, when he out and about, he get a lot of love when he out and about. So, you know, people think it'll always be, I think it'll always be room for him to shine, bro. Always. Everything wrong with boxing today and predict boxing will get worse in the future. Yeah, I can't. It's hard to put all the blame on one person, right? Because, I mean, you got to really make sense of how you harming the sport because it's like the boxers that's working with him, not saying it, but it's the people that either don't like him or don't work with him directly saying it. And I always try to make sense out of that. The people that are directly in business don't think that way, but the people that don't work with him feel that way. So it is what it is, man. I just sit back and I watch it, man. I just hope that he could be responsible for putting on good fights. You know what I'm saying? And getting people paid accordingly. You know what I'm saying? All that other stuff is crazy. It'd be a lot. Smart, yeah, it takes time, but the payoff, yeah, it's essentially betting on yourself too, to a degree, right? Betting on yourself and really and your team, believing in your team, putting you in the best position possible. Man, I think it got to go different this time, Big Supreme. It got to. I don't know what the issue was. I was supposed to have him on here too, but I don't know what the issue was in that first one. But he just looked like he wasn't prepared at all. That's for you know, a short version. I just don't think he was. It can't go like that first one. That was bad. That was bad. The Legos put them beats on my guy, man. But he just looked a little flat and lethargic, if I could say that, right? Sometimes the guys just don't look like, they got up for that fight for whatever reason. I don't want to say the wrong things and be all point with it, but just got out, hustled and everything. He just didn't look although he never got into the fight. Like something was on his mind. I ain't even gonna lie. I swear he felt like something was on his mind outside of the fight. That's why I was saying I would love to, have him come up here, but I just to ask, not that he got to say in specific, but what do he think went wrong for himself in that fight? I mean, hopefully he go out here and get this win in the rematch though, because I respect him for taking it and he ain't backing down. He look like he motivated to come out here and get this dub, and I'm rocking with him in the rematch. Definitely rocking with him. He gotta change it. This is one of them fights that could change the I think change your future, man, and the outcome of your career. You know what I'm saying? You can't afford a back-to-back joint. Fogum beating back the bully also, yeah. Darius Fogum is nice. I like him.
Boxing is a niche sport in America, so they're more inclined to protect their investments and try to gain as much as possible before they match make them tough. It is true. That has a lot of truth in it, bro. A little 2-3 fight deals can be hard to lock down if you ask for a top dog against guys who might not be biggest names. Yeah, and that makes sense too, next gen, I think, but the focus be to try to get the best name possible. So if you are asking for a certain price point, it's justified by the opponent, right? But I think as it pertains to Shakur, we've seen it, and we just being fair as a whole with the difficulty of getting the guy that he's supposed to get in the ring, right? For whatever the reason is, we've seen it be difficulty there. So that's what I think, his focus continues to be. Let me try to get the best guy in there. So whatever I am asking for is justified with the opponent. You get me? And I think as long as that makes, I think as long as that exists and that is the case, everything could be everything. You think you ready for a title shot? I think he could use some more experience, Trey. I think he could use some more experience. I definitely think Andy Cruz could use some more experience before he fight for the title. Is he ready for a title? Yeah, he could compete, but will he win? Would I have him? I wouldn't have him beating Keyshawn. I wouldn't have him beating Shakur nor Tank. And one of the first reasons right off the bat would be the experience factor. You know what I'm saying? But I do think he's very talented, skillful guy. He's fun. It's fun and interesting fighter working with Bomac Bozy Ennis, being the kind of fighter that he is. More of a pure boxer, but he's being trained by a guy that trains Boots Ennis. And, Boots Ennis is getting there and beat your ass. So that's an interesting matchup. And I think it's dope that he linked up with Bozy. I'm liking the development I'm seeing from Andy. I just wish they'll stop building his career off the amateur wins over Keyshawn and start talking about the stuff that he's doing as a pro. That's the only thing I don't like concerning his career. I get it. It's 4 times. I get it. Y'all in the same division. It seemed like the fight is there, but we got to be realistic. We know that they're not trying to make that fight right now. Eddie ain't trying to make Keyshawn Davis and Andy Cruz right now. Like, that's not something he's trying to push for. So I just wish they'll focus more on the work that he's putting in as a professional and highlight those things, because I think they selling them short by keep highlighting amateur wins, right? Instead of, right, they keep, he beat Keyshawn, but it's like, who he beat as a pro, but he beat Keyshawn. Who he beat as a pro, but he beat Keyshawn. Who he beat as a pro, but he beat him 4 times. Just as like, but who he beat as a pro. And I don't like that conversation because I'm not trying to downplay him, but it's crazy how they'll speak more highly of the amateur wins and no win as a pro. I think is he 5-0, 6-0 now? One of them is like, damn, when y'all gonna start highlighting what Andy is doing as a professional? Y'all selling them short by doing that. And I'm telling you, I think it could end bad, because if I'm being honest off what I'm seeing, I feel like Keyshawn is obviously further along as a professional than he is. I think Andy Cruz mastered the professional ranks. I think Keyshawn has that edge in the professional ranks as opposed to Andy Cruz having that edge in the amateur system. You get what I'm saying? And I just think like that, the focal point need to be the wins that he's putting together now. You know what I'm saying? He older than Keyshawn, so he a bit behind. He gotta catch up. So I just hope at some point the fight does happen so everybody can see it. Hope it happens when it makes sense. But I think the goal is to get Andy Cruz more experience, and then, when the time is right, I guess he's gonna get his opportunity, right? But I think they trying to force it now, and I don't see him beating Keyshawn right now as professionals with the way they fight, because I feel like the things that Keyshawn does naturally as a professional, Andy Cruz has to work a bit harder to do those things because of the styles naturally. Keyshawn having more of a pro-ready style, Andy Cruz mastering the amateur system, and you could see the development and him kind of working those kinks out in some of his fights, right? And being a more front foot dominant kind of guy, being more assertive, right? Being a more entertaining guy that wants to hurt you. You see that in it, but you see him trying to do those things. It doesn't come as natural as it seemed like it does with Keyshawn. That's just my assessment. But as they light years and levels apart from each other, nah, I'm not unrealistic like that, but I do think Keyshawn is further along, definitely as a pro, and not just because of the number of fights, but experience as well along the way, and just naturally having a style more suited to the professional game. And that's why I say you still see Andy Cruz working out some of those kinks in the amateur system. I mean, just what it is, but he's a phenomenal talent too. One of them guys, like, experience is going to be his best friend, and it could be his opponent's worst enemy. The more experience he gets as a professional, the more comfortable he'll get. I think he'll continue to grow naturally within the sport, and he'll be a damn good competitor. So whenever him and Keyshawn fight, if they do as pros, I think it'll be worth all our money. I do. Still outboxing. I mean, look, I can't say he can't, right? But I think overall, just having more time, bro, having the 3-minute rounds and more time to get your work done, I think it naturally slows things down. And I think that's more suited to what Keyshawn likes to do anyway. That amateur pace could be a bit fast and frenetic, right? You just throwing punches because you're trying to score. I think it's a lot more purposeful and intentional in the professional game, right? And I just seen the way Andy Cruz fight, and he's phenomenal. He moves well, pick his shots well. I think he could get a bit too greedy. I think you could see the fact that he's trying to press a bit, be a more entertaining, more front foot dominant kind of guy, and he'll linger in the fire a little bit too much. That's what I'm saying, and I think if that's you doing that with Keyshawn, this fight it's a much different fight than anybody you got in there with thus far. You know what I mean? Yeah, you got time to set things up, and who's very good at setting his offense up. Keyshawn Davis is very good at going through the gears, picking his openings, placing his shots, and taking his time to set shit up. And I think that those things favor him. So I think the setting overall just favors him, but that don't mean that, he won't be able to compete with Keyshawn, but I just don't got him beating him as a professional. From what I've seen, I'm more impressed with what I've seen with Keyshawn than Andy Cruz. I'm being completely honest. And then you're a bit more mean in there naturally. Like I said, Andy Cruz seems like he's developing to be a bit more mean in there. And it's not wrong with that, because whatever you don't got naturally, I respect anybody that's going to work towards it and try to implement that in their game, right? And that's just what I see from Andy. So I respect it. Really, it'd be a really good fight. If there was a fight tomorrow, if they was fighting June 7th, it'd be a really good fight. But I'm leaning towards Keyshawn. I understand the amateur wins, but nah, this pro system is a bit different. And the way they fight ain't like Andy just, utilizing feet to maneuver and move around the same way he was as an amateur. He don't fight exactly that way. And the fact that he's transitioning, he's in a period where he's still shaking some of them kinks out, right? Working some of them kinks out. Keyshawn, this would be the wrong time, I think, for him to fight him now. And I think it's powers that be, his team, I think they know that as well. Like, why take it, and you're going to base it off some amateur wins, then think about it. That's like saying, Joette Gonzalez beat Tank as an amateur. Would anybody in here pick him as pros right now? You get what I'm saying? Julian Rodriguez beat Tank as an amateur. Would anybody in here have him beating Tank now? Like, shit like that. So it's one of those things, right? And I think the very same thing for them. But I could be wrong. I could be wrong as hell. Maybe, like Big Supreme said, maybe go out there and still box him. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. But, you know what I mean? I think he'll compete. I think it'll be a good fight. But I got Keyshawn. And, man, it get thick in there, man. I definitely got the more physical, proven guy in there. You know what I mean? With more of the natural mean streak. So around the Byron and Keyshawn at 21. I'm telling you, that body work, he got some underrated body work or just overlooked. I don't even want to say like people don't rate it, but it's overlooked. The body work Keyshawn Davis do is really good. Really good. Especially when he working both sides. Like, cause he'll punch in combination to the body too. I'm telling you, he'll mix it up. That dude, he know how to use them tools in the tool shed, that's for sure. Yeah, man. Yeah. Boxer, puncher, right, and he got better defense than what people give him credit for sure. And fight till, I would say duck. Nah, you can't say duck the butcher because it's like one of them things where you got a choice, right? And he's not even in his division, so Tio will have to at least make that move to be in a division and You get what I'm saying? It's a lot to it, right? One thing with Boots, he's been very consistent on not really being a fan of that fight. And just think about it. In a lot of other terms, a lot of other circumstances, people would complain about a bigger guy looking forward to fighting a smaller guy. They'll complain about him bringing him up. And I think to a degree, Boots could feel that same way. Like bringing up a smaller guy is like, it's just a tricky fight. It could be a trap fight. You know what I mean? Tio is talented, skillful, could make the fight entertaining, but it's like, what's Boots' real incentive to taking the fight, I guess, is the question, right? Because nobody that was adamant about fighting an Errol Spence or a Terrence Crawford would be ducking a Tia, Fima Lopez. No disrespect to Tia, but nobody would. You know what I'm saying? Crush Tio, yeah, I get it. And I think he will too. I think it'll be competitive. I think Boots beats him. I think Boots might hurt him at some point. But now that they see it, we've been conditioned to think anytime somebody makes a decision outside of what the masses think they should do, it's a duck. But I would just urge anybody to think of a time in Boots in his career where he looked like he was moving away from challenges and not being willing to fight people. One of the biggest reasons people critique him to this day because they say the resume thing. And in his mind, he could be like, yo, hey, man, this is a small guy. I mean, I'm not really looking to fight him. You know what I'm saying? Small guy ain't did none at the weight class when I got these damn champions that we should be pushing to make the fights with. So that's really what it is, man. I urge people to just reconsider when you think somebody is ducking and ask yourself, like, has that guy ever shown you a reason to be, not willing to fight? Get me? I just think with Tio, it's a bit tricky because it kind of eliminates the responsibility of having to fight the other champions at 140. If this was anybody else, just about we'll be saying, hey, man, you got all this smoke in your weight division, but yet still you keep calling out Boots. So I look at it as a little smoke and mirror issue. And it seems like because it's like a safe bet, and not safe in terms of the action, but if I lose the Boots, a lot of people think I could lose to him anyway. You know what I mean? Rather than sit there, why not want to fight a Gary Russell or Richardson, Hitchens, or something to that nation? Why not want to do that? So he continues to call out the guys that just don't seem like it'll be the immediate focus for his side of things. Like the same thing with Crawford. He finally stopped speaking his name recently. Now it's Boots, 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 Boots. So to me, it just seemed like he's moving from person to person. He got to prove to me that he's willing to do this. Like, think about this. This is the same guy and that when given the opportunity, he had Elvis Rodriguez up there, Kenneth Sims, Raymond Moritai, and he chose Steve Claggett. You get what I'm trying to say, y'all? Anybody that has the opportunity to choose out of those four, and the guy you choose is Steve Claggett, the most recognizable name or the least recognizable name out of the batch, that doesn't make me feel like that's a guy that's like, yeah, Boots. I'm going from, Arnold Barboza to Boots. No slight to Arnold Barboza, but you get what I'm trying to say? That shit will not happen. You will not be able to be just super athletic and have your way. That shit'd be bad. So I wouldn't be against the fight. I wish Boots would say, you know what? You've been using my name too much. I'm going to fight you. I'm going to just fight you. But you got to be in somebody's weight class. It got to be, you got to position yourself, and it got to look like that's the fight they're making. The guy is like, he making a reason not to fight you. But right now, you're not even in my weight class. You've done absolutely nothing at the weight. And I'm supposed to just fight you because you said my name. So it's like, I don't know. I wish we could hear more from Boots, to hear more of what he think about this, personally. Like, what's his reasoning for it? Because I'm pretty sure it's in line with some of the things I said. Like, this dude do this shit all the time. He conveniently call out guys that don't seem like it's the more likely fight for him. And it's like a distraction. Because think about it. It's real smoke. Hitchens, Russell, Puello. Like, you got people down there. You got some people down there at 140, bro. You got some 140 fighters down there for him that'll give him all he can handle, man. Think about it. There was an opportunity, from what I understand, to move to 47 and fight Brian Norman. You're not going to do that, but you're going to fight. You're going to fight Boots. They asked you about fighting They asked you about fighting Conor Benn at 147. You said you still at 140.
but you want me to believe that you fighting Boots at 147. So let me get this straight. It's only yeah to Boots, but it's no to Norman. You get what I'm saying? It's no to Conor Ben. It's no to everybody else. But yeah, Boots, like, nah, he's using the name that he know people respect. And that's what I don't respect about it. And I wish Boots would call his damn bluff and punch his nose off his face. I really do. No slight to Tio, but I'm tired of it. I feel like that's what he's doing. But it's hard for me to really make that case because it's a real possibility if Boots was to say, you know what, I'll fight him, right? So it's like on one end, you can't say he fully bluffing, but I still think he using the fact that he know Boots has been talking about undisputed. That man ain't been talking about bringing nobody up from no 140 pounds and fighting him for his title. You get me? So I'm telling you, dudes are very aware. Like, think about it. He's just doing the same shit he just did with Crawford. He tried to convince the world that he really wanted to go up to 54 and fight Terrence Crawford, knowing Terrence Crawford had the Canelo fight looming all this time. Now, Boots just come off the biggest win of his career, a unification, and now he's calling his name, knowing he's trying to get the other champions in the ring. I feel like I know what he's doing, but it's one of them things where it can't be fully proven if Boots don't call his bluff. I feel like if Boots say, yeah, I'll fight that dude, I do feel like he'll do something else. I do. I swear I would love to see it. I'm telling you, I feel like he playing on the fact that he know what Boots said he want, and he don't fit into that shit. And I'm telling you, it's like I can play these games, man. You know what you hearing. You know you're hearing Eddie Hearn saying he ain't really thinking about you. So yeah, now I'm gonna really keep calling him out. Now I'm gonna say he's scary and this and this and that. Come on, man. He clout chasing and he using some of the most talented fighters that we rock with to do it, and I can't rock with that. If he that serious about campaigning at 47, y'all, he'll vacate his title at 140 and just go his ass up there and fight. Boots or not, and position himself. Take a different fight. Fight somebody else at 147. Is it Boots or bust at 47? Come on, man. I think he full of shit. I do. I don't believe him. They asked him about Conor Ben. He immediately said, I'm at 140. Well, I'm still at 140, so... But yeah, but you're going to fight Boots at 47, but not Conor Ben. Come on, man. You had an opportunity. The Norman thing was real, but you're not going to fight him. But you're going to fight Boots. He full of it, man. You wouldn't fight Edwin Rodriguez, Kenneth Sims, Raymond Mortai, who would have had to come up. You're not going to fight none of them. You fight Steve Claggett. But then you're going to go from Steve Claggett. You fought Arnold Barboza. We know what you did there. Well played, young man. You're going to go from Barboza to Boots Ennis. I don't see it, yo. I don't see it. And again, part of me, I got to respect it because it is real and that he is the guy in the back talking about it. But I feel like he's doing it because, again, how would it look for Boots to be talking about fighting a smaller guy and being all interested in fighting? We kill people all the time for this. You got people that still say, look what Tank did. He brought up a 30-pounder. This is the same shit. I don't care what you think about Tank. It's the same shit. You bringing a guy from a smaller weight class, right? All right, that you never campaign at the weight. It's the same difference. So it's a trap fight for Boots. That dude playing with house money. If he lose, all right, you lost to Boots. It's not the end of the world because a lot of people thought Boots was going to beat you anyway. If you win, you cooking with grease. He might be crazy enough to take the fight, but I'm telling you, part of me feel like he is heavily playing on the fact that he know Boots' plans has been consistent on wanting to be undisputed. Why are you waiting till he had the biggest fight of his career to do that, bro? And then when Crawford had the biggest fight of his career looming with Canelo Alvarez, this is the guy that you want to fight? He'd be full of shit. He'd be pissing me off. Like I'm telling you. But it's all the smoke at 40. It's all that smoke down there. And then you don't want none of them dudes. What do you mean? Like, who don't want to fight Gary Antoine Russell? Why wouldn't you want to fight him? Why wouldn't you want to fight Hitchens, right? You feel like, oh, Hitchens ain't the guy. It's y'all from New York. Won't y'all fight for that? Who from New York? That's all I'm saying, bro. It seems to me that he calls for the fights that Bob Arum don't be having on the table for him. That's what it seems like. He does it consistently, and I feel like I see through it. So again, if you're really interested in campaigning at 47, well, won't you take your ass up there? You get what I'm saying? Won't you take your ass up there? Still gonna mess around. You're gonna fight somebody from 140. It's gonna be a less than stellar guy. Why? I'm gonna be like I told y'all so. That dude, I don't think he going up to no 47, yo. He just gotta show me, and I don't think he doing it. You know what I'm saying? I don't really think he doing it. Yeah, he do need a name. See, that's the crazy part, though. That's the part where you could consider it because T.O. would be a name. He could arguably be the more skillful guy that he's been in there with from an experience-wise, like a championship level. He would check that box as well. So it's not all bad for Boots, but I'm not tripping off him like, bro, what? Like, come on, man. Like, damn. You know what I'm saying? People like, nah, you should just fight him. You should. Never mind, man. You got to waste. He already on borrowed time to me at 47. Do you waste the training camp on Teofimo? I'm not against the fight, by the way, but I'm still not willing to call this man no duck for not fighting a dude that's not in his division. The same way he couldn't be a duck for not fighting Virgil, a guy that's not in the same division as him. It's the same shit for me. And that's the thing in boxing. We don't be feeling like guys have like choices and they can't make decisions. If they don't make the one that we see that we feel like they should make, yeah, you gotta be ducking. Nah, I don't think nobody that got touched up by Steve Claggett, Boots, will even think twice about ducking. You know what I'm saying? I don't think nobody that is crying after Jermaine Ortiz fight is Boots worried about. I don't think no dude that was on record questioning himself after Sandor Martin pieced him up, dropped him, embarrassed him. Do I still got it? I don't think Boots is worried or concerned about that guy. I just never heard a point in time where he was talking about fighting him. But at the same token, that name, you do need a good name on a resume. And my question is there a better option? That's all. Where does Giasov stand in all of this? And does he have some say? You know? So it's tricky, bro. It's tricky. I see you, Big Supreme. I get it, bro. But I know you probably just, you just joking. But seriously, some people that's like, yo, he ducking. And why he ain't avoiding, why he ain't answering the call? Why he ain't trying to fight Tio? Tio must know something we don't know. Tio don't know shit. Tio know the same shit we know, y'all. He know that Boots want to be undisputed. And that doesn't move him a step closer. Yeah, get him a payday. How much of a payday that remains to be seen, I don't know. I don't know if it's a big lucrative fight, but from what I understand, Tio ain't the biggest of ticket sellers. So does that naturally just translate into some big ass money fight all of a sudden, right? So it's crazy, man. Tio will have everything to gain. It's Boots, the only one that got something to lose in this situation. So it's a tricky fight for that reason. Like, do I even, you get me? Like, this dude don't got what I'm looking for. And Eddie, you know goddamn well I'm two fights away from undisputed. Stop playing with me talking about this Tio shit. You know damn well you need to be getting Barrios and Norman on the line so we can get this fight going. You know? That's all. So I don't know, man. It's the ball is in Boots' court, man. I don't know if he interested in fighting this loudmouth 40-pounder, man. That I think he gonna take to school or end up beating up. I just don't see him doing it. I don't see him being interested. If he wasn't motivated, I don't see that changing. Right? It will have to be some big incentive, and if it ain't no crazy money on the table, I don't see him budging. Right? That dude been adamant about what he want, bro. He adamant about what he want. Come on, man. He hungry right now. He one step closer to his goal. So I just don't see how Tio fit in that. Shout out to Trey. Tio Lopez, kid, Gary, they don't want that. I don't see it, bro. Say Rowdy Rebel name, Tio. He ain't trying to say it. Boots gonna be minus 7,000. I'm trying to bet. Man. I underestimate why Tio. He said isn't looking to move up to fight Norman Jr. Got that WBO strap. He were to be successful in a fight with Boots becomes down there near a necessity. Hey, Ann McQueen, do you get what I'm saying? Like, why do all roads got to just be Boots or nothing, or Boots or bust? Why can't be, you already got this WBO title. You know why? I can move up, challenge Brian Norman Jr. If I beat him, because they talking about that's the fight to make at 47. If I beat that guy, now we the fight to make at 47. Tell me, are we lying? Are we lying, Ant? He move up and do that. Are we lying? Now that's absolutely the fight to make. Now it's nobody in the world making a case that he shouldn't fight Tio because he like, oh shit, he moved up and beat Brian Norman. Shout out to B Norman. We ain't saying that he's just gonna do that because I think you hurt him. Obviously, that's why he didn't take the fight. It was an opportunity there, but he ain't really trying to chase that shit down. You know what I mean? But that's what I think. And that would put that fight in high demand immediately. It'll be nobody left saying they don't want to see that shit. Everybody be like, oh man, that's enough for me. You beat Bree Norman, you a titleist. Hey, Boots, what you doing? Now when people start talking to Doug talking, y'all know I hate that. Now I'm gonna start hearing y'all a little bit. Like, I get why y'all say it, but right now, nah. You gotta position yourself, man. That's a dude that hasn't made any of these fights when he throw names out here. He's never done it his entire career. When he say he want to fight somebody, he's never fought that person. Never. Show me a time when he's done it. He always knows. So that's all I'm saying. I see through this shit with Tio, man. He good at playing the crowd, man. Motown, what it do, homie? I don't know about it being his big payday though. I mean, maybe if Turk is involved, possibly it could be the butcher. You right? It could be a payday, but it ain't no excuse he need to meet other than the fact that he don't fit the criteria. The T.O. is the one that y'all should be questioning. When have y'all ever seen him stand on that kind of business? You ain't never seen him move the way he moving. It was just Crawford before this. Get what I'm saying? He knew Crawford and Canelo was a thing. The whole boxing world knew that. Why would he be calling out Crawford? Now he's moved to Boots because Boots just won his biggest fight. Now he all of a sudden he Dora the Explorer. I see through that shit. I don't believe him because I'm telling you, you got that WBO strap. Go up there and position yourself to fight Brian Norman. Fight somebody at 47. Better yet, show me that you're willing to compete in that division. I'm telling you, I see it's the same old song and dance with that dude. He not fooling me with this shit. The only thing that's giving him the benefit of the doubt is the fact that it's being discussed by Turkey in the back, talking about Boots and Timalifu. That's the only thing giving him a leg to stand on. If that wasn't the case, he wouldn't have no leg to stand on. I'm telling you, the fact that it is there and it seems like it's a matter of a Boots saying, you know what, I'm interested, let's do it. And the fact that he's not doing it, so it kind of give Tio that room to keep calling his name and saying that's what you want. It's easy to want something that don't want you. Think about that. It's easy. It's easy to want some shit. I ain't even thinking about you. Man, it's people that you got hitches at 140 talking that talk, man. You got dudes at 140. You got guys like Tito Makai. You got some hungry guys. You got guys around here that's talking about fighting, bro. That's all I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, Turkey might have the funds, but I think Boots going to need some type of immediate incentive to want to do it. You get what I'm saying? That's what I think. I don't know. I can't speak for him, but I'm just saying, like, what is to make if the story is he's not motivated and it's not a fight you're really thinking about, how could you pique his interest? How could you get his attention and say to make him reconsider and say, hey man, you get what I'm saying? Maybe the right dollar amount. I don't know. But I just ain't about ready to label Boots no duck over a guy that's chose Steve Claggett and had 3 more notable names and said no to all of them. And then he justified the dude with 7 losses talking about who's doing stuff like this. Can't be serious. So I don't know. I just see him cloud chasing dudes after their biggest wins and with guys with their biggest opportunities coming up, that being Crawford. He attached his name to that. Now it's Boots. He attached his name to it. Like he's doing this. Notice, y'all, he got a whole title in the Ring magazine battle at 140 where it's real smoke at. He ain't calling them dudes out. You don't want to battle for the Battle of Brooklyn like bro said. You get me? Like, come on, Battle of Brooklyn. You know what I mean? So I just see it as a cycle, man. I can't say I fully believe in him, but at the same token, I'm real enough to say I can't prove 100% what I'm saying. This is the way I see it and assess the situation. But that little small detail that the fight is a real thing behind the scenes, and it's a matter of Boots saying yay or nay to the fight, and that's the part that trips me out. So yeah, T.O., maybe you live the clout chase another day, but just do feel like I see through it. I don't think that those are fights he really want, man. I've never seen him go on the internet about a fight that he want and it get made. So I take that with a grain of salt. Bob Arum said it time and time before. Teofimo don't make his fights, he don't pick his fights and all of that. So like I just don't see it. You get what I'm saying? I don't see it, but time will tell, bro. He can't play these games forever. At some point, you got a title, so you're gonna have to put up at 140 or move up and shut up and put up at 147. So we'll see. We'll see. Steve Claggett on trash performance, every 3 fight average, yeah, he be having like the up and down performance too. And ever say Shakur, nah, you already talking about him want to mess up Jay Prince money talking weird. You know what I'm saying? You gonna say Shakur next? So he say Shakur, that'd really piss me off because he just full of it at this point. Now that's all. Like he's a phenomenal fighter, fully focused, he locked in, entertaining, and he's damn talented. The kid can go. He could flat out fight and be entertaining doing it. But he just gotta lock in on what's real. I feel like this is smoke and mirrors a bit. He's going to probably come back out and fight somebody at 140.
possibly not even the best of opponents. He fought Arnold Barboza. He probably gonna take a lighter touch now, something like that. For me to believe that he wants to smoke at 47, he got to move there. If he's calling for smoke, like think about something, y'all. Imagine me calling for guys that are heavier weight classes, but not really working and positioning myself to get these fights, just calling for them. And then the one that I could go for, being that I hold the WBO strap, and that's the title he got at the higher weight class. I'm not going to go for that. I'm going to go for the other guy. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Like that shit is it's like it's too good to be true, man. I'm telling you. And I think they using the fact that this dude got clout and he got respect in the boxing world, and they using his name to force the fact that, you know, oh yeah, we want to fight him. Yeah, he's scared of us. See, we keep calling his name. He not answering us. They just was doing this with Crawford, saying how scared Crawford was, not knowing that Canelo was there. So I can't stress that enough. Like, think about that. And it's no different now. The boxing circle's small. You know what Boots said he want. Very vocal about it. Eddie's very vocal about it. Everybody's in the know about this shit. And here you go trying to force your way into a situation where you ain't part of that man plans. And it just come down to it. Yeah, I just don't. There's no way nobody's going to convince me that Boots is scared to get in the ring with Teofimo. I think Teofimo, ultimately, him being smaller will hurt him. That really good big guy is going to beat the really good small guy. I think that's what it boils down to. I don't see him beating no Boots Ennis. That's just me, y'all. But that's my time, man. I appreciate everybody rocking out, man. Y'all make sure y'all hit that like button if y'all didn't. Sub to the channel if you haven't. Make sure for the people that's still in here, if your notifications ain't on, if you rock with me, make sure y'all turn y'all notifications on. We're going to be back tomorrow, 4 p.m., how we always do, to build on this beautiful sport of boxing, man. I appreciate everybody rocking out. Appreciate the super chat, cash apps, everybody that continues to support the grind. We got a new nice green color for the shirts, man. I appreciate everybody that's purchased the shirt. We just gonna keep building. Y'all know how we do, man. Abdullah Mason is next in line. I only want to see him get the opportunities he deserves, man. Whether that's a shot at any of the champions, I don't care. I want to see it. May the best man win. I support all these dudes. I support boxing. But y'all know it's Jersey over everything. But it's boxing over everything for sure. You know what I'm saying? But much love to y'all, man. He's with that. You stupid, Big Supreme. You stupid. He want to fight everybody except the people who whooped on his pops. That's what I'm telling you. Please fight Boots with Sugar on top, man, for sure, man. Boxers figure out something about Boots that we don't know. Everyone calling him out now. Nah, I think they just know it's safe, bro. I just think they know it's safe. You get me? You think he want to fight Boots after watching Boots beat the fight out of his opponent? And Barboza just good to go. Barboza could have went clubbing, man. You get me? Boots' opponent had to go check in, man, make sure everything was in working order. Hospitalization. You get me? So I think he's just taking advantage of the moment. And maybe he is to a degree crazy enough to try to get in there with somebody that he thinks we feel is as talented as Boots. But he have to show me that. Because when given the opportunity to go towards the smoke, he's went to the lesser end, to the lower tier of the smoke. When Keyshawn get the opportunity, he go towards it. You get what I'm saying? Some people get opportunities to choose and they go toward it. Him, he goes slightly away from it to me. See, Wood, what it do, my guy? How you feeling, chat? And I swinging. It's the new movement with so many of these fighters. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you, that's true. It's true. But I think some of them just be having fun talking they trash and enjoying social media a lot, should I say. But again, y'all, much love, man. Another dope build in the books. Is De Los Santos too confident? We're going to overconfident. We're going to find out June 7th. Keyshawn spoke on his issue about not rocking with Hitchens, even willing to fight him if he move up. Him and Shakur's situation has solved itself. I don't think it's much there. Either it will or it won't. If it don't and they fight, great. If it gets fixed and they still rocking with each other, that's even better. But salute to the family. Team Elite Food. Salute to the family. Appreciate everybody rocking with me. And I'll see all y'all tomorrow at 4 p.m. Peace to the fam.
Yo, you know the deal. We back again. We never slacking. Word 'em up. Ladies and guys, whether if you drunk or you high, it's time to pay respects to the illest man alive. If you think you got a point, he'll shrink you down to size. And from there it's downhill like a slinky or a slide. Open your eyes, got a deep connection with the rise, so you might see them jump in whenever they go live. Peep it, this channel blowing up now, it's not a secret. With tons of exclusive interviews to listen to. Them other channels I hate, but yo, they missing clues. They start narratives, sip the goose and twist the truth. It don't take a rocket scientist to get the proof. Just click the live at 4 p.m. Eastern time. But when you chime in, make sure you keep it kind. But if cowards want to debate, then it's feasting time. My man Jusdu shine, busy all the time. Grind 24/7, 365. Videos he might have 365. My rhyme sick, they make you do a 365. You get a rich if you think you fit to survive. It's Jusdueboxing, time to click the live. Ain't no beginners, if you soft, you ain't down to ride. I crush you, respect too, it's Jusdu. He got the illest boxing show on the internet. The boy been a threat and he ain't even had dinner yet. Word 'em up. Yeah. You know what time it is. $4 p.m. Eastern. Click the link.
In the building. Make sure y'all subscribe to Jusdueboxing, the best boxing talk on YouTube.
Jusdueboxing in the building, 4 o'clock shorty, man. Y'all make sure y'all check him out. He's going to be live today at 4 o'clock, man. And he's going to be spewing some good stuff as he always do with an unbiased approach, man. He's probably the most unbiased channel on YouTube.
What's going on? And one of my favorite channels, if y'all into that pugilistic perfection, if y'all into that boxing, that's that boy Jusdueboxing here on YouTube. Make sure y'all check out Jusdueboxing, the only unbiased boxing channel on YouTube, because I am definitely biased when I talk about boxing. So
as always, we got to shout out everybody in the chat, man. Shout out to my brother Jusdu. Y'all make sure y'all go sub to Just, man. Just doing a hell of a job over there. Had a great interview today. The brother, and I say it respectfully, one of the most non-biased individuals that I've ever heard speak on the sport of boxing. And I got a lot of love and respect for my brother Just, man. And right now we're going to give him his just due. Shout out to my brother Jusdu, man. Much love and